Okay. Good morning, everyone. My name is Henrique Bornet. I'm a senior partner of Opportunity, one of the members of the ALBATTS project. And I'm here just to welcome you. Thank you for being here, for being with us. Just one word for starters before we go to the first presentation. For over 4 years, ALBATTS ran as a project, and we believe that not only we should do what we were set up to do, but we should communicate what was it that we did and how this can be helpful for the overall community around the topics that we worked. And that's the purpose of this event, and that's why we were so keen to do it, and we're so happy that you're here and more welcome during the day. For starters, and I have with me if I can call it, not only the coordinator, but the soul of the project. Anders, I don't have to introduce Anders. I just have to say that he comes from Skellefteå because I've trained throughout these 4 years the name of the city, and I get it right. So I'm proud to say it. But before we move on to Anders, we have a welcome or an opening testimonial by the European Commissioner Nicolas Schmit. Commissioner Schmit is not here with us, but he sent a testimonial which we will be sharing. I believe that's over to you.
Dear participants, distinguished guests, no one here doubts that we need a workforce equipped with the skills that are essential to master a just, green and digital transition. To reach this goal, the EU has defined a clear strategy with a clear target. At least 60% of adults should participate in learning every year by 2030. In simple terms, we want lifelong learning to become the norm because it is key to master these transitions. The automotive industry is a case in point. A while ago, I visited a car manufacturing company in Prague, and I saw a great example of lifelong learning in practice. I also met with apprentices in German car manufacturing. I was happy to hear how their apprenticeships program fully embraces the shift towards electric vehicles. Even professionals with relevant background need to continuously develop their skills. Production steps are subject to constant change. Battery cell manufacturing is an important, if not the most important, component of this shift. A strong European automotive sector also needs strong local battery production. This event shows how successful cooperation between businesses, universities, and other education providers can help achieve this goal. The project has delivered true added value through our various work strands. You have brought together partners from very different backgrounds, ranging from the maritime sectors in Sweden and Portugal to education providers in Czechia. The ALBATTS project is also an important contribution to the InnoEnergy Skills Institute, the former European Battery Academy, which Executive Vice President Maros Šefčovič and I launched some years ago. I am proud that 50,000 learners have already completed courses through the Institute. Your results will further enhance its work. We need to approach the twin transition together to reap the benefits and to make it a success. Thank you.
Well, and now over to you, Anders.
Yes. Well, we are very happy for this words from the commissioner, of course, and we have had a number of interactions with him and with other commissioners during this project and so on. Well, on behalf of the ALBATTS partnership, I also want to welcome you to this day. we are going to discuss things on two levels, both the general development of the battery and electromobility value chain and the ALBATTS project special take on this, the education and training side, the skills supplies, the new job roles and things like that. Because without a competent European workforce, the battery and electromobility chain risk going nowhere, really so. And we have set up this Latin expression, quo vadis, where are you going, as a theme for this day. And this is really existential questions. It comes up in all kinds of context, etc. But it's about the insecurity about the future, about what's going to happen, etc. I will come to more about that later. I would say a little about myself as well. I'm a researcher in IT integrated education, sometimes sloppily called blended learning and education logistics and things like that. And I worked as an education strategist for our multi-institutional campus in the north of Sweden, in the municipality of Skellefteå. And Skellefteå is also the place for establishment of the first European homegrown battery gigafactory, Northvolt 1, Northvolt 1. And we have Martin here as a representative for that, and Northvolt is also one of our partners. And I also just want to tell you a short thing, that when I was leading vehicle repair education in the beginning of the 90s, we rebuilt a Golf into electric propulsion that worked really well, and that little car is still running in the north of Sweden, etc. I'm quite proud about that. Then I just want to wake you up a little. You recognize this car, one of the dirtiest cars we know, the East German Trabant, and this statue by David Acherney is located in the German embassy garden in Prague. And the situation was this in 1989, that people were coming to the German embassy for seeking asylum there when the wall fell, etc. And they were leaving their Trabants outside and walking in on foot, hoping for a new kind of future. And I really like this statue, and it's also called Quo Vadis. Where are we going, so to say? Well, the ALBATTS project, the Alliance for Batteries, Technology, Training and Skills, is the blueprint for the sectoral collaboration on skills in the battery and electromobility sector. It's one of the action in the European skills agenda from 2015, this sectoral collaboration of skills, and there are similar projects in other business and work sectors, and as automotives and shipping and tourism and shoemaking, etc. But just one project in each sector. Will come more into that rather soon here. We're a consortium of 20 European partners. It's companies, universities, vocational providers, research institutes, cities and regions, etc. And this became quite well composed. I'm very happy over this. formation of the partnership. It really began with us at Skellefteå University, having worked with this question together with Northvolt in the beginning. What kind of jobs will there be? What kind of education do we need? How do we fill this factory and the regional value chain, etc.? And we had contacts with Finland and Norway, people having similar interests, etc. And then in the call for a blueprint project, it was a prerequisite really to have contact with the automotive blueprint that was already running. And we got into a very positive contact with the project, the drives coordinated by Jakob Stolfa here in the back. And I think we have in the ALBATTS project 6 partners from the drives project, etc. So we got this together, and Northvolt was also very important to get as partner, etc. And we got this working. We have a steering committee of the branch organizations for automotive and automotive suppliers, the European Research Agenda projects in Battery 2030 Plus, InnoEnergy and EIT Raw Materials, Eurobat, and the Stuttgart region that was also a representative in the drives projects, etc. And all these have been very helpful in guiding the project forward. Well, the project duration was 4 years, and it really started in December 2019, but we didn't get much done in December there. It ended these 4 years in November 2023, but we applied for a 6 months extension for making things ready here. We saw that more and more education providers became interested in what we were doing. We had the reputation of being too early working for this. This wouldn't be on the agenda for a quite long time, etc. But reality caught up with us, etc. We've been working really with 2 big questions. The first one is, what's really going on? What's happening? What are the trends? What are the new job roles? What are the skills in the demand, etc.? And not only for the battery gigafactories, but for the whole value chain needed, etc. And from the results of this sectoral intelligence work that we had in 3 work packages, we used these results for addressing all these things in education and training development, or education and training work packages that has been the most important in the later day of this project. Well, the European battery sector, you know that there's a lot of plans and investments and factories building, etc. There are also cancelled and changed plans, etc. But it seems that it will be between 40 and 50 gigafactories in Europe, and many of them will not be located in the center of big cities because it's not really possible. They will be outside where there's physical room for them and green energy, hopefully, etc., but not that much workforce, perhaps, to start with. And so I'll rush on a little here. It's not only about battery cell production, as I mentioned, it's a whole chain, module and pack assembly, equipment manufacture, the development of active material from raw materials, battery recycling, battery test centers, etc. And if you want to keep a track of this development of the value chain in different countries and all over Europe, we recommend the Battery Atlas Europe. We have been in a discussion with them, but this is not our project. Well, it's a whole value chain, as I have said, and there is a lack of information of the needed skills and job roles, and European collaboration is needed for clarifying this in different sectors. We have been concentrating on some sectors, but we have been covering them all. And on applications, we have both worked with mobile applications as cars and transports and heavy vehicles and such, and stationary application, battery banks, and so on. And we'll hear more about this and also about our skills agenda and strategy that we have developed as a recommendation for national education systems and education providers, etc. Well, a little retrospective of what we have done. I'll take that very fast. Well, the first year we launched a website, which is now, I think, a very rich website with enormous amounts of materials. We've formed a stakeholders database that now contain 400 or 500 contacts persons, I think. We got the COVID-19 coming up, which changed a lot of our plans, and we had to work differently. We got very early involved in the Pact for Skills thing, etc. We developed our meetings to an efficient systems of online meetings instead of meeting in persons, etc. During year 2 and during year 3, we could have a physical partnership meeting in Skellefteå with visiting the Northvolt Gigafactory that had just started. We formed the network of vocational teachers in this sector over Europe. We'll hear more about that as well. We went deeper and deeper into collaboration with Batteries Europe and BEPA, Battery European Partnership Associations, and many other European initiatives. Year 4, it's coming more of results or skill cards describing different job roles, etc. We have the opportunity to offer more and more learning materials in the form of MOOCs often, but also suitable for blended learning and for construction of local courses and different solutions, etc. I'll jump over this. We have had more than 30 webinars or workshops, and this has been both for ourselves to get the information of what's happening, but also for interested participants. And in the end here, we made a tour for skills in different countries, distributing and disseminating our results. And we now have this final conference, etc. We have had a lot of speakers in these webinars and workshops, and we have produced a lot of reports. It seems to be thousands of pages. Some people have contacted us and seem to have read most of them, or perhaps all. Otherwise, we have also produced explanatory small fact sheets about different things, newsletters, and short versions about things. And I mentioned this Batteries Teachers and Training Forum. We'll get more information of that later. It has transformed into a project of its own called ALBATTS. We'll hear more about that. We have 26, I think, skills cards that we are working together with ESCO on the European database of skills and occupations, and also together with Inno Energy Skills Institute. And we've heard that these skill cards is really helpful for industries and companies, different education providers and education authorities in different countries, and also for employment services in regions and cities, etc. We have a number of accessible free online courses, and also some modules that you more easily can build your own courses from, and these are accessible. We'll hear more about them. We just published a handbook on how to use our results and how to use our material. This handbook is for education providers and directly for teachers, as well as for education systems within companies, etc. That was the small overview of it all, and you will hear more about most of this later. Thank you.
Anders, before you go, let me just once again thank you on behalf of the ALBATTS team, from everyone. You were a very wonderful coordinator. And let me draw the attention of everyone to something that I think is special in this story, is that this is a project about skills in an industry that is developing, and we were led by someone coming from a municipality. And I think that tells something about thinking politically and thinking about important policies. So, Anders, thank you very much.
Thank you. I blush, so thank you.
And now we move to the first panels on the battery components chain, and I'm calling to the stage the participants: Helena Braga, Martin Carlson, Tomás Adão da Fonseca, and Giles Moreau. I think we have one of the participants eventually missing. Is online. Okay. I'm sorry. Can he hear us? Okay.
Yeah, I think so.
Okay.
Can you hear me?
And we can hear you. Perfect.
Okay.
Welcome. Okay. I won't take much time introducing everyone on the panel, but I would just start by saying that if we've been discussing, and if we're going to discuss, and if we've done the project around skills, it is about an industry and what are the components and how the industry work. And it's a little bit like well, it's not a little bit, it's quite a big challenge to imagine skills of the future for an industry of the future. And I think it's a little bit about this. So what is this industry? What are the challenges that we have? We have with us Helena Braga from the University of Porto, where she's done a lot of things, but mostly she's done a lot of research in the topic of batteries. We have Martin Carlson from the University, from Northvolt, does the university relations. And we have Tomás Adão da Fonseca, who's head of sustainability strategy and incentives at Aurora Lithium, and you'll tell us about Aurora and the project in Portugal. And Giles, you're co-founder and Chief Open Innovation and Sustainability Officer at Verkor. I suggest we start with Helena and tell us about the chain and the challenges and how this links with skills.
I think I have.
You have, and you have the presentation.
Okay, so my name is Helena Braga, and I guess I am a learner, and as the commissioner talked about, and I learned about many different things with this project, ALBATTS. So it's a pleasure to be here, and it's a pleasure to have been a part of this project since the beginning. So my part, because I was from the university, was to envision what could be the future, and we have done some exercises which were, I think, not totally wrong, but so I'm here to talk about them. Where is the...
Okay, this is forward.
Okay.
This is backwards.
Thanks. As we all know, we have a problem. We need to store energy, but we need to do it safely and efficiently in remote places for everyone. And we also have this problem of a lot of wasted energy. We have heat that is wasted, that if we could at least use some part of this heat to add to the energy that we store, to the electrical energy that we store, that would be the paradise. And because I'm here to talk about the future, I think that we can eventually go to that point, second point one day, and maybe not so far away. So not only storing energy, but storing also a part of the heat or the thermal energy. And then we will solve the problem, for example, of the data bank, the huge data banks that are at this very moment in the north of Finland or places that are very cold, but they really don't use all the energy they could use. But also, sometimes researchers, they want just to solve the problems and they forget that they need to solve the problems in a sustainable way. So it's not only to solve problems, but solve problems in a sustainable and in an environmentally friendly way. And even thinking about what the jobs are that we are going to create, and having in mind that we want to have fair labor. And obviously, this has to be fair for all, and especially for children and so on. So in one of in ALBATTS, we have to make an exercise. This was actually Anders that proposed, and one of the proposals was to think about this kind of graph that you see here. So what are the technologies that were at that point around, and how they were perceived? So the first technologies that were going up, there was a lot of excitement and hype about them. And then they just reach a peak of expectation, and then either they drop in a hole, like you see lithium air. Lithium air is very difficult because not only you have to take care of the anode, the cathode, and the electrolyte as usual, but you also have to take care about the catalyst. You have to dissociate the molecules of oxygen. So lithium air is really difficult, and it is still in a hole. But then you have technologies that suddenly they go to the production line. Like, of course, lithium ions is being produced since a long time ago, but also all solid-state batteries. And you see there's sodium ion. Maybe the sodium ion will tunnel directly to the flat part of it. So this kind of exercise was what we had to think about in ALBATTS, and kind of looking how the future would look like. And in that, we had to think about the critical materials, the critical raw materials. And you see here, below the lithium, you see a lot of the materials that you use in a lithium-ion battery. You actually see the photograph of a pool in Chile. I took that photograph in 2023. And so all these materials are in a list of the critical raw materials by the European Union. So as researchers, we really want to replace or to decrease the amount of materials that are in these lists, because for obvious reasons. So that's our job, and this is what we want to do. But you see, a lot of the materials are really considered in this list. So how can we do this? I'm just a second. So thinking out of the box, and I'm not talking about, for example, reducing the cobalt. We know about this. We know that we can change. In the beginning of our studies in ALBATTS, we were looking into the cathodes that were being used in electric vehicles. And we found out that almost all the brands were using NMC 622. Even if we were studying all kinds of different cathodes and a lot of research papers on that, the companies were just using NMC 622. But then things tend to change, and we want to reduce the amount of cobalt to, for example, NMC 900505, or you want to use LFP, which is lithium iron phosphate. But I'm not talking about those. Those are really things that are already being studied, that the future is here, present. I'm talking about the future that is a long way to go. So in that sense, I was thinking that eventually we will use this thermal energy that I talked to you about, and instead of only using the energy that is produced in the wind and in sun, the photovoltaic, we can also use, for example, geothermal, and use the gradients that we use in geothermal to actually produce some more electrical energy. And we can do this in a complete different type of battery, like these coaxial batteries, these structural batteries. So there is a way of thinking the future in different ways that is not only to harvest for harvesting with sun and harvesting with eolic, but also, for example, using batteries for geothermal. The other way is using something that is wireless. How can we make a battery that is wireless? You can see here in this movie that we are actually lighting an LED, and the parts don't touch each other. We have electrolyte, solid electrolyte on one electrode and solid electrolyte on the other electrode. And we can do this even with just without electrolyte in one of the electrodes. So this would be, for example, for wireless technologies. We need wireless technologies for 6G, for 5G even, so that, because we cannot put a battery in every single antenna. So these are totally futuristic ways of thinking, but I think that there will be, to wrap up, there will be disruptions in the future, so technologies that you don't see usually today, and also there will be the need to evolve from the technologies that we have here, and in that sense, we need to reduce the amount of materials, raw materials that are in the critical list. And to finish, we need a lot of people that has the education, that are learners, like it was talked in the beginning. So we need to educate people that in these areas, in all the engineering areas, but not only engineering. I'm a physicist, so also physicists can also study batteries and can also apply and think about other ways of using energy. So thank you very much.
Elena, thank you. I'm sure there are a lot of questions already. It's quite exciting and very innovative, but let's move on to Martin, and then we'll put the questions all together. As I said, Martin comes from Northvolt, and Northvolt, we all know in Brussels, is quite a very well-known name and very admired for the success story. Martin, tell us about the challenges.
Okay, thank you. Yes, let's start Northvolt today. We already had Anders here from Skellefteå. Let me see. Oh, yes. This is terrible on this screen. I can see the map here. Can
There's
we
a map.
turn off the
You don't-
light a little bit?
You don't see it, but there's a map of Europe.
Yeah.
There's a map of Europe behind.
Would it be possible to make the room a little bit darker?
Okay. Otherwise,
Okay.
imagine
So-
that there's
yeah.
Europe.
So what we have, so we started, actually the company was started in Stockholm, so the capital of Sweden. We celebrated 7 years just a couple of weeks ago. And during these 7 years, we started first Northvolt Labs, 100 kilometers west of Stockholm, where we have Europe's largest commercial R&D campus for lithium-ion batteries. So we have our internal research. We have our own academy, Greenhouse Academy, where we educate our mainly white-collar workers. And we also have our pilot facility, where we both have a pilot line for research and advanced technologies, but also the pilot lines where we develop the battery cells together with our customers. And then about 800 kilometers north of Stockholm, we have Northvolt 1, so our first gigafactory, where we already have production. We also have Revolt 1, which is our recycling facility. And our strategy is to have a vertical integration. So we are not only doing the battery cells, we're going from the active materials to the battery cells, and also have the recycling. And at the gigafactories, we built the recycling facility, so we can go directly from recycle of the cathode active material and into the production of new active material. And then we have expanded a little bit more. Quite early, we built Northvolt 2. That's the energy storage factory in Gdansk in Poland. Together with Volvo Cars, so the automotive manufacturer, we are building a facility in Gothenburg, west coast of Sweden, a gigafactory for their needs of battery cells. We have with Norsk Hydro, we have a joint venture in Fredrikstad, quite close to the border of Sweden, in southern Norway, for dismantling of batteries. I think it was now 2 or 3 weeks ago, the German Chancellor, together with our CEO and our CEO of Northvolt 3 in Germany, started a construction of our plant in Heide, outside Hamburg, where we will build the third factory and the second gigafactory. And Thomas will tell you more about this exciting project we have in Southern Europe, our Aurora Lithium. So I will not spend my time on that. 2019, we also bought Cuberg, which is a lithium metal company, a spin-off from Stanford University, located in San Leandro in the Bay Area. And we announced late September Northvolt 6, which is our latest project in Canada, in Quebec, just outside Montreal. So in 7 years, we're building up not only a European battery industry, but also European and North American. I forgot, we also have Northvolt 5, which is where the plan is to build the cathode active materials for the factory in Gothenburg and Heide. And there we built it. What we have done there is that we built an old paper mill, which is located more or less between 2 hydropower stations. So we will have direct access to the energy, to the green energy. And that's also one part of us, that building it in we have in the German location, for example, that's where one of few places in Germany where we have access to the green energy. And then in Sweden, we mainly have green energy. Northvolt S is quite close to the river, Skellefteå River, where we can purchase the energy. Northvolt 5 close to that river, and so on. So this is one part of our strategy. We should not only be, we will build the greenest battery also in the world. So let me see where. I think I take this slide first. So together with some of the Swedish universities, we did an assessment. So where do we have the competence? Where do we have the faculty in Sweden? And when I look in North America, when I look in Europe, I see quite similar. We have strong, or we have a good capacity in battery materials, in cell concepts, in future battery materials, as we just heard, future cell concepts like solid state and so on, the integration into battery systems. We have activities within recycling. We have quite strong in Sweden, quite strong process industry and so on. We have activities in fire and safety. But where will most engineers work? Where will most operators work? They will work in the factories, not in the R&D offices. There are so many more engineers that we need to the factories. But we see quite little faculty within the production of batteries and manufacturing. And this is for, there are of course, it's not fully true, but we see the faculty at the universities in Europe, in Sweden, and in North America are too little within cell manufacturing, because this type of production, it's a highly automated production in a really rapid speed. Very large part of it is in a clean room environment. This is something completely different what we have produced in Europe and in North America in the past. It's a production of batteries and also semiconductors is quite similar, also highly automated, a large of rapid steps, mainly in clean room environments. This has been done in Japan, it's been done in South Korea, China, Singapore, so in Asia, not in Europe, not in North America. And here is, I think, that when we talk about education, here we need to build a faculty within the universities so we can educate the future engineers. Because this type of manufacturing is something completely different than what we have today. So, oops, sorry. How do I go back there? Should have here. So one concept that I'm working on right now, this is not an official picture, this is just some idea. There is also that we see, as we learn in ALBATTS and in related activities that we have together with the municipality in Skellefteå, we need to have more training outside our factory, maybe to build smaller pilot factories close to the plants, where we can have the vocational training. There could be providers that we have our own vocational, our own internal training for operators, technicians, managers, but also that the municipality and other educational providers can use this facility for training for the whole battery value chain. We can have a couple of universities connected to such facility where they can, where the faculty can be trained, where the students can be trained, and then also a facility where companies can come and have their internal training. We can have triple helix research projects together with industry, the community, and the universities. So this is an idea that we are working on right now. How can we develop the next step of education? And also take experience from ALBATTS together with, we also have another initiative local in Skellefteå, we call it Arctic Center of Energy, where we, the university, another company and the municipality collaborates within research and education. And then we take research from vocational to the first, second and third cycle on university. Because we see similar challenges in the different, on the different levels. I think it's a very good idea to collaborate, but also share the investment in this type of facilities. So I think my time is off. So
we're okay.
Yeah.
You can finish. You can finish.
Yeah, but I think I said what I want. So, so just to summarize, what I think what we should take the experience we have in the ALBATTS and then also look, okay, what's the next step? how can we continue, because we are not finished just with this project. We need to when we have these new industries, we also need to develop the educators.
Thank you.
So thank you.
And if we look at the slide, it's obvious who's next. Tomas.
Thank you.
Aurora Lithium is an incredible project. It's quite one of the biggest projects in Europe. Tell us about it and the challenges. I assume that some of them are similar.
Yes.
There are others.
Absolutely. Some of the messages that Lynn and Martin passed, some of the things that we're seeing coming as well. Thank you, Joaquin. Thank you also for being part of this very Portuguese panel. Martin, you can come to Portugal and join us as well. Thank you, Anders, for having us here. Yeah, we'll talk a bit about Aurora. What is the project? They're a little baby brother of Northvolt, and some of the challenges that we see facing here as well. A bit about the project. So our objective is to create one of the largest and most sustainable lithium conversion factories in Europe. We're aiming for 26, 27 to start production. This is an investment that's of over 1 billion. We are aiming to produce 32 kilotons per year of lithium hydroxide. This will make us one of the largest lithium refining projects. We have a large amount of material need, especially from spodumene, which is our main product, over 180 kilotons per year. This is a critical aspect. Talked here about the Raw Materials Act. Helena also talked about that. It's one of the critical things that we need for Europe. We also have intermediates. We're actually developing a plant that will be allowed to insert products, partial products, that can be then converted into lithium hydroxide. This is the precursor of using recycled material. So actually, this project, in fact, will also pilot the ability to insert lithium sulfate, which is one of the things that's produced out of recycled material. And we already have that solution as well. And we are creating jobs, 300 direct jobs. I'll loop back to that because that is a critical aspect for us. The project is advancing very well. We have our detailed feasibility study already executed. We already have our environmental impact study, and we expect to have that by the end of the year. Very, very strong support from banks and shareholders as well. And we have also a lot of interest in our product for off-takers. So Northvolt obviously is our shareholder and one of our main off-takers, but there's a lot of interest here. We are a bit in the beginning of this value chain. We talk a lot about gigafactories, but we need to find solutions to fill these gigafactories in Europe. And this is where we aim to help and start. Of course, then having Galp and Northvolt as shareholders means that we have the rest of the value chain, of course, secured. Once again, mining will be a key aspect. Not the subject of today. I could talk a lot about that, but it's definitely going to be a critical aspect for Europe. Just a bit of a detail here on why we say we're going to be one of the most sustainable. In fact, when we compare to what is current batteries coming into Europe, current lithium hydroxide that's coming into Europe, most of it is either Australian mined and Chinese processed. And this is a very, very, very large amount of carbon that's emitted to produce that. We right now are aiming to reduce that by 70%. Of course, Portugal helps. Having a lot of renewable energy also helps. But it's a lot more than that. We've electrified intense pieces of equipment. And what we've worked a lot on is also on circularity. Over 80% of our waste is not waste, actually, it's byproducts. We'll be filling into the construction sector, into the paper sector. So we're finding solutions for all our products so that they're reinserted in circularity. Being in Portugal helps because we are actually in a location where we can very easily provide these products to somewhere else. And that is a critical aspect for us to bring down this emission factor. We can't have a transition based out of dirty products. What else in our, and we have a couple of embedded values, embedded strengths that help us. Being in the value chain, so we have very strong shareholders in that value chain, that really helps, and it allows us to fast track our route to market. We've been moving fast and hope to be one of, not the first, but one of the first plants in Europe. The regional, it also helps. You know, we're in a unique location. We've got a deep water port. We got train stations. We got in Portugal, which has a lot about renewable energy. So that really helps us as well. I'll go back to team because I want to talk about that in the end. We've got a very de-risked flow sheet where we've also been innovative. So we have selected a process that has a high TRL, so it's very easily known, very easily understood. But we found ways to innovate it by electrifying our acid roaster, by electrifying some boilers. We're actually using air cooling instead of water cooling. We are using wastewater instead of regular water. And really trying to find a lot of these solutions that typically we find criticisms in the energy transition. Therefore, we are obviously trying to be sustainable, and we have a lot of support from stakeholders as well. Going back to team, this is clearly one of the critical aspects. We've got 3 years to find 300 people to execute and work on a plant that does not exist in Europe. We don't have this workforce in Europe. And definitely finding the people that are able to work it. Martin, you were talking about the factory type person that we need. And this is a challenge. Right now we have a very good team. We're very happy with our expertise, but being honest, it is imported from outside. We've got people that worked in Australia, people who worked in Chile, in Argentina. That's where the lithium expertise and lithium processing expertise is. So a project like ALBATTS is very critical for us in the ability to bring these skills in here. So that's a bit about the project. Yeah.
Thank you so much, Tomas.
Thank you.
We'll join all the conversation together. Yeah. We'll put all the... And now we move online. And Giles, if we can have you.
Yeah.
Yes, great. We can see you.
Yeah, do you want me to share my screen or no? Okay.
Yes, I think it's possible. It is possible. We're now seeing you.
Okay, I'll try to share my screen up. Can you see my screen?
Yes.
Okay, that's perfect.
Perfect.
So I will try to present Verco in a few words. Actually, my colleague from Northvolt did most of the work because we are at the exact same spot in the value chain. So we are also a baby brother of Northvolt. We are half the age of Northvolt. We are 3.5 years old right now. In those 3.5 years, we've done quite a journey, to be honest, starting from 6 people. So I'm one of the founders. As you introduced me, I'm in charge of sustainability, including training for sure, because the only way for our industry to be sustainable is to train people and to have access to great talents. So we started 6 of us. Now we are 500. We are working. I won't go into the whole steps, but we have managed to hire 500 people and also to secure more than 2 billion euros to create our own gigafactory up north in Dunkerque, not as north as Skellefteå, but quite pretty enough for France. Actually, you can go more north than Dunkerque in France. So now we have in those 3.5 years we have now 2 big tools. One in Grenoble in the Alps. We have a pilot line as well as a R&D lab and a training center, small training center to experience the training. I'll come back to that. We have validated the sample A, sample B till now, and we are working hard. And you can see a picture on the right low end of my slide, being the Gigafactory site. 2/3 of the building is ready, is built already. It will be completed middle of this year, and equipment will come in the second half of the year in the factory. So the initial capacity will be 16 gigawatt-hour. We have enough land to build 50 gigawatt-hour there in Dunkirk. So the first gigafactory should ship middle of next year, and we'll be able to ship 50 gigawatt-hour, so 3 times more in 2030. We will create 1.2 thousand jobs in Dunkirk as soon as 2026. And yeah, that's it for our 2 tools. We are working on several, so I will join my colleague to explain how difficult it is to get the talents, because we are working on multiple different kind of cells, on multiple different kind of chemistry. It's evolving very fast, and we are working on a direct high power, high energy cells, but also on opportunity with lower cost cells and different geometry. So it's a big deal to access to all those talents, as you can imagine. So just a snapshot of how diverse the team is. Already, as I told earlier, we are 500 people in less than 4 years. We have access to a lot of experts, more than 1,000 years of cumulative battery experience. People coming from Tesla, coming from Northvolt, also from Samsung, from Panasonic, actually all over the world, Nissan, ACC. We have 41 nationalities, so it's accessing the talents from Korea, from New Zealand, from India, from Colombia is really a big deal, and it's important as for the culture, but also for being able to foster this culture and to drain the knowledge up to people that have never worked on battery. So what we've done since the beginning of Verkor is we have created our own École de la Batterie, so battery school. It was born 2 years ago with a lot of recognized universities and schools. Actually, we have 16 partners in France. We are a support of ALBATTS from the inception of the school. Actually, we know it's important, so we are focusing on France for sure, but we have also worked a lot with ALBATTS. The aim is to train 1.6 thousand people every year from 2026. We are focusing on 100 initial and continuous trainings, from vocational trainings to doctorate. So as soon as grad scholars to PhDs, and at any time of life. So we have already some training working, so trainings for trainers and also operators, and we are developing. Actually, right now I had to leave my colleague that are working on the new trainings. We are working on a lot of different trainings for 2026. Again, I can't emphasize more what my colleagues just said. So we need this ecosystem. We need this foundational training capacity to access to more and more talents. So yeah, thanks a lot. And if any question, I'll be happy to answer it.
Thank you, Giles.
Yeah, thanks a lot.
Okay, excellent. We now have half an hour to discuss, and I'll pass to the public, but I'll use the privilege of being sitting here and ask some questions. And I think there were a few topics that were pretty obvious. One was you started by saying thinking about the future. So basically, you need to think coming from a university, not only the research you do, but you need to think about what is it that they will need in the future. By they, I mean the three that are sitting, well, next to us online. But on the immediate, the three of you said that you need skills in the present, and you had to go get them outside Europe. So the first question is, how do we match this challenge? How do we make that these skills come capable in the near future in the universities? And in the meantime, how do we ensure that while you're bringing skills that are necessary from outside Europe, in the end this will be European jobs? That's part of the European advantage. That's one of the key questions that I think rises from this. The second is, how important are these type of projects? I mean, we hear about these projects that we've done, projects like ALBATTS. How important are they? Giles mentioned that it was a cooperation. How do you feel this? Aurora obviously hasn't used this yet in that formation. Northvolt did. So on the three companies, I would like to ask that. But starting, Elena, the challenge. They need skills at once.
Well, we are trying to teach, to have courses on that include some battery, well, not battery, but materials for harvesting and storing energy. So it's a broad subject, not only in batteries, because we are seeing that the field of batteries changes every single day, I would say. So
moving target.
Yeah, exactly, it's a moving target. So I think that as learners, what we need is to start from the basics. And if we have the basics very solid, we can go to any given direction. So, well, in the university at least. So the students from the university, if they have the basics very right, they can actually adapt to new environments and new knowledge. And this is important. So I think that I would say that I want to form learners as myself. I consider myself first a learner. So this is the students I'm looking for, the student that wants to learn. But it's not a student that wants to learn just about batteries. It's a student that wants to have a broad knowledge that he or she can apply to different fields.
Martin, does this make sense to you, and does this respond to your needs?
Yeah, but I will also look into. I'm mainly concerned about because I think we have a lot of battery skills and battery material, battery cells in understanding of the products as batteries and the capability, but we have a lack on how to produce. And then if we look into the upstream more on the process side, I think we have a chemical industry in Europe. We have the experience. So I'm not so concerned when it comes to chemical processing. Then we need, like in the lithium processing, we need to build up new knowledge, but it's easier there where we have the process skills, both in the industry and in the faculty. But then when we look into the battery cells, and this really rapid manufacturing, here I see a lack of competence in the universities. But then also I think we can also, as you said, the students don't want to focus only on batteries. They want to have this broad. Mm-hmm. Okay, but what is the other things we have in Europe right now? Yeah, we have the upcoming semiconductor industries. We have the chip. Europe should also build up our own chip industry. Also highly automated, really, really rapid production. So I think also here is something, can we join forces in the educational systems with the chip industry and the semiconductors and see, okay, can highly automated rapid production be a new subject that we build up in Europe? And then it may be in some parts, I will say in northern Sweden, for example, perhaps and in Grenoble, maybe more focused on electrochemical process products than in some parts of Germany, Ireland, and other parts of France, where we see more semiconductor projects, maybe more focusing on semiconductor and chip production. But I think it's from an academic point of view, it could be quite hard for me to go out, oh, you should do battery. No, I think, look, what is the academic subjects? And so we need to talk each other's language when we develop these skills.
Can I
Sure,
just add
sure.
something very interesting what you said about semiconductor industry, because actually in the list of the European raw materials, the other materials that were not in my list are the semiconductor based materials. So, and also so it's very important to, the two industries have a lot in common. So if we start, that's what I say about the broad, broad knowledge is that put the knowledge to talk, because a lot of things that is being done in semiconductors could be applied in batteries and vice versa. So we can form people that have from these two subjects. Sorry about that.
No, please. This is a this is a conversation. This is meant to be a conversation. By the way, please start raising your hands so that I can see that there are going to be questions. But before that, I want to know so that I can organize time. But before that, Tomas, you have quite a challenge to have all that amount of people, and it seems that it's mainly coming in the beginning, coming from elsewhere where they're trained and they've done.
Yeah, actually, the answer to both your questions, I think, come a bit from what you're saying, and Lena said it very well, and also from what Worker is already doing for us. And Worker definitely is a good example to see our sister company, our brother company, already doing those steps. I think in the short term, like Elena was saying, it is a bit about going to areas that are also similar and helping transfer those experiences. You know, we've definitely been able to go get these very experienced people with decades of experience in lithium processing, especially in South America, where that's been happening for several years, and we've definitely been able to bring them on. But one of the important things is also then getting other people with experience in water, for example, and how can we then transfer those skills and use those skills to reinforce and support our team, that at least in the short term. I think that in the long term, especially those 300 people, I think, you know, Vercor is definitely, their solution is the way to go, is really to create these solutions together with universities and really create these retraining solutions. And thankfully, there's a lot of areas where we can get people, especially in Portugal, for example. Energy, for example, is one of the areas where we can find these type of people to convert. So thankfully, we're a couple of steps behind, and we can follow the leaders in this aspect, such as Northvolt and Vercor. Yeah.
Moving to Giles, I was impressed by the figures. I think most of us would be impressed by the figures. I mean, you moved from a small number of people, and very soon you had this amount of people. So that's a lot of job creation. And we're talking about, as you were saying, Martin, a very automated industry, but nevertheless, it's a lot of jobs in a very short period. So one, do you think that we'll be seeing this really a lot of jobs being created? And the second question is related to what Tomas was saying. Can you reskill? Can you adapt from existing skills? Are there areas that are easier to adapt from? I remember that on the very first event of ALBATTS, someone from Northvolt, I don't recall if it was you, Martin, told me that one of the areas was from the food industry because they were prepared, they had some skills that were important. Is this real? Are there industries that are where you can source from?
Yeah, for sure. So on the first question, so we did a bit of a top-down approach to get the rough number of what would mean a full electrical vehicle industry in Europe. And you have even in France, I know the data better in France, but you have 2 million people working closely to the internal combustion engine industry in France. So even if you have to change only 10% of those people for 2030 and to access to follow up the change from ICE vehicle to electrical vehicle, that's 200,000 people to be trained to learn more about batteries, to learn more about electrical vehicles. So that's That's a big number, and in a few years, 5 to 6 years, that means you have to really focus on reskilling. So again, ALBATTS is really exactly where we have to be. So how we spot the people that could work on those topics, how we find the good skills, and how we help them to learn new ones. So to come back to your topic, indeed we have a very automated industry. So that means that we can go and find some people in the food industry, for sure in the microelectronics industry. We are based in Grenoble, where you have the factory of Soitec as well as ST Microelectronics. So some of the big factories of microelectronics in Europe. So we are lucky enough to access to, let's say, some maintenance guy, some engineer or technician, process engineer, process technician that can learn very fast how to use a battery equipment instead of the microelectronics equipment. It's the same in Dunkirk, actually, with the food industry. You have access to technician operators that are used to clean concept, pollution, safety rules in a protected environment that are not easy, but can learn very fast how to work in the battery environment. And the main topic for us is not really to reinvent maintenance training or process training. It's really to help people to learn the same battery language. So a bit of electrochemistry, a bit of market, a bit of safety, and to adapt it to the training, maintenance, process, equipment trainings that are already existing. And then to duplicate those trainings, the whole of them. Because maintenance guy, for example, I don't know for Vercor and Aurora, but maintenance is really the topic that we need to foster. In France, industry has decreased the last 2 decades, and now we need to focus on those industrial topics very, very fast, and very to have this focus on those key jobs. Again, having the same language and being able to access the existing trainings will be key. And then we are duplicating.
And then, sorry?
We are duplicating those trainings.
Excellent. Yeah. Okay, let's move to the audience. Or
I had maybe one more
sure.
comment to fill in, and also we find people today. But Anders started this meeting today. Yeah, we will see 40 to 50 gigafactories in Europe. We look maybe worldwide 150 new gigafactories. So there are potentially more than 50 in Europe if we do. And I don't think that we that are here today from the industry, we will, of course, we don't want to be the talent pool for the new factories coming up. We need to build, we need to also support the society to build. When I'm out talking with politicians and with universities and so on, I'm not only talking for building something for Northvolt. I know there is a project in the west of Sweden where we are not involved, but I'm also talking when this facility, they will also need use our experience, because otherwise we will be their talent pool and there will be a quite unhealthy competition of talents, which will only increase the cost of having the production in Europe. And that is not even good. So we need to, this is a collaboration between industry and the society to build up.
You picked on something that I will want to go back
and
to.
One more,
please.
Sorry, yeah. And then also if you look into like process industry, there are a large number, and we become even more large number, how should we decarbonize other industries? And if we then use paper pulp, steel industry, and others that also have a green transition ahead of them, and recruit their talents, and then they will be out of talent. So there's a really interesting when we talk about the talents. We need to build up something new also for the battery industry.
So we have quite a challenge, which is at one hand worrying, and on the other hand quite interesting, because on one hand we fear that there are jobs that are going to be lost because some jobs will no longer be necessary, will be obsolete, but on the other hand you're saying that we need to make sure that we create and we give the sufficient skills or we'll have a lack of workers. So that's quite a challenge, but we'll come back to this. I have a question from the audience, at least one. I don't know if I have more, please. I have another one, so let's start here.
Yeah, good morning.
There's a mic.
Good morning, Christine from IBBF in Germany, and because of the German dual VET system, I'm very interested to hear a bit more about your idea how to organize vocational training. It's inside of the processes, the ongoing process, or is it beside in a different object, but with the same ongoing processes? So how is it organized? Or how is that your idea about it? I'm not sure.
Thank you. Let's collect another question. One here in the back. We'll do the usual round of three.
Yes, thank you for the excellent talks. I'm Martin Hutro from the University of Namur. I do research, and I found the topic of training and vocational skills very interesting. And I just wanted to ask, if you take your average scientist out of university with very broad skills, perhaps an engineer, a physicist, a chemist, etc., what sort of time frame would you say we're talking about when you talk about training them to have the correct technical skills, for example, to work in clean rooms, automated production lines, etc.?
Thank you. And one last question over here in the front.
Hi, thank you. Tudor is my name from Intertrade Card, is one of the partners in the ALBATTS project. So my question would be, previous week, Mr. Tavares from Stellantis said that in 10 years, the manufacturers should cut in half of the weight of the batteries, meaning that right now they are using the manufacturers 500 kilos for additional range. So would you think that from a researcher this will be possible to cut in half of the weight of the batteries, because in this way the batteries will be more efficient and environmental friendly. So do you think that this will be possible in 10 years, and also that from a manufacturer would be possible also to do this? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Well, I think the questions are for all the panel, so let's start. Tomas, do you want to answer some of the questions?
Yeah, but I can start.
Okay.
Thomas, I'm sorry.
No, go ahead. Absolutely.
Yeah, but I think with the vocational training, I think we should, we are operating in a lot of different countries right now, so I think you need to go in and not invent something new. You need to talk with different local stakeholders. If it's in Skellefteå, we had a municipality, is one big stakeholder. We have a similar, more on a provincial level in Quebec, and then you talk to each providers and see how can we collaborate and find that, from site to site. But then also, I think more also to bring in the partners also to see that can we go from vocational to doctor level and use the same, because of quite huge investment also to build these training centers. So there are, I think it's a dialogue.
Okay.
Yeah, I was going to reinforce that exactly. So we are based in Setúbal. Setúbal's, for those who don't know, it's maybe an hour south of Lisbon, a very port city. And definitely what we're doing is actually connecting with the local universities, and really, I think that locality is very, very important. It's also the workforce. What do we want, right? We want the workforce to be close. We don't want to build a sustainable transition and then move the people. And so that is definitely one of the things that is most important. Of course, we then partner with universities like PhilP for researchers and things like that. But in terms of the dimension of the impact, it is, I think, with the local, local universities, local governments. I think it's there that we really will be able to help transition these people that may come out of other areas that are decarbonizing. We've got a lot of cement factories around that. In their decarbonization, they will also shift jobs. And I think there will be a bit of a transference between these type of areas as ours. The chemical processing will need certain activities that maybe they will not need as much. And I think this is this local circularity of even people and training is something that's also important to be embedded in the sector.
Giles, can I have your?
Yeah, actually same for us. It's exactly what we did in École de la Batterie. So we partnered with a lot of local training organizations. So we were able to use their knowledge and use the where they are already at their training center actually. Also in terms of not having to invest on new equipment, new teachers where they had already some, and it's their business actually. Just maybe to start to answer on one of the questions on clean room and dry room. Actually, as we hinted previously, we are using the some of the the training organization locally in Dunkerque that have the equipment to train on food. So how to dress in a protected environment, how to change, how to work in a safe environment for safety, for hygiene. I'm not sure about the English name here, but cleanliness and so on. And we modified, of course, their technical plateau, their technical center to address a bit in a more precise way our topics, but actually they had already stuff that were very close to what we were willing to do in terms of vocational training. So this one was an easy one, an easy change where it was a win-win situation for them and for us actually.
Thank you very much. I don't know if we have more questions from the audience. I have one last question for all of you. As I said in the beginning, one of the goals of this last event is we need to pass some messages. I'm sorry, there was someone else? Oh, no, okay.
Well,
Yeah, the question.
I didn't
think
reply to
the
the question.
Okay, I'm sorry.
No
I'm
worries.
sorry.
No problem, no problem.
Please.
No, it's just in regards to your question of reducing to half. I think there are 3 types of ways to reduce the weight. One is to change the chemistry, and I'm going to talk about that. Then the second one is to decrease the feature safety elements because you change the chemistry. And the other one is to actually have dual role batteries in the sense that you can use a battery, but use the battery also as a way to reinforce the structure. And then you don't need the other materials to reinforce. So you are decreasing the weight of the battery. So in the first one, for example, if you can use different electrodes that will give the battery a higher capacity or energy density in the end. Then, for example, by using lithium metal and a cathode that has much more capacity, like sulfur, for example, You can use you can have a battery that actually has much more energy density, and then you are obviously reducing the weight. But I think that the most important is actually to, for example, if you change the electrolyte to solid electrolyte, you don't have a flammable anymore. So even if you still have dendrites in the solid, you don't have it as flammable as you had with the solvent. So you don't have to have all these protections for the battery, and then you reduce the weight. I remember the first battery that Tesla battery that I had in, I think it was in 2014. And this was, each battery, it was a jelly roll, had a bunker of stainless steel around it. It was something really, really heavy. And so this is a way to reduce the weight. So I think it's going to be possible, actually, to reduce in these 3 types of ways of reducing the weight and then achieving really a reduced weight within 10 years. I think it's going to be possible.
Thank you very much, Elena. I'm sorry that I had passed, and especially because this was so understandable that even I, coming from law, was able to understand it. There's a chance for reskilling even for law people. That's good news. Okay, I was saying, just to wrap up this, as I said, one of the goals of this event is to pass some message. It's not as incredible and exciting as the mall in Washington, but nevertheless, we are indeed in the capital of policy making in Europe. So would the 4 of you have one message to pass to policymakers regarding the needs and the changes? And we'll move backwards, so we'll start with Giles and then all the way back to you, Elena. Giles.
Yeah, so maybe on the focus on training, I think helping people to work together. So we were talking about not being too much in competition for talents, for example, Vercor and Northvolt, but the rest of the industry which will be massive for sure in the next 10 years. So maybe having a forum or somewhere we can exchange on training will be a key tools for us to work fast on those topics.
Thank you. Tomas.
Yeah, I think that more activities like ALBATTS is really critical, especially taking that to then the next level, and the next level, and the next level, until the more local level. I think it's very important, especially to guarantee that all across Europe you have this increase of capabilities. I think that would be it. Is more of this.
I hope we'll see you in the next project. Come join us. Martin.
Yeah, I think, and also make funding available for this transition. The needs, we need to build up the local vocational training, we need to build up these physical training schools, we need to build up the faculty at universities, so more direct funds.
Elena.
In regards to research, I would say instead of going incremental up, I would go just up, and then because the things that are not going to work should be the first to fail. So I would bet first in the very close future and look at these things first, because if they don't fail, then we can be the first to do them. If we are incremental, then Europe, Asia already did it a long time ago. The United States as well, but more Asia. And so I don't really, I like the way I studied a little bit like the Faraday Institute in England. At least in the beginning, they had this way of first fund things, projects that could fail. You see, they were really fast forward in the future in terms of research. And then they went back to fill the holes. So in terms of research, if we really want one day to be the locomotive of the energy storage or the semiconductors or whatever, we need to plan ahead and be the first in what was not done yet.
That's great. And I think this is the most pragmatic view of where to invest that I've heard in many times in Brussels. You should stay for a while. You should come more often. Well, everybody, we've done it within the right timing. Thank you, everybody. We'll be back. There's a coffee break. We'll be back in 10 minutes. Thank you.
So, hey, everybody. Now you can see the different moderator, and I have to say that my Swedish and of course European friends, but I would like to also recall Anders at the beginning. So he taught me how to pronounce Skellefteå, the coordinator of the ALBATTS project. The right pronunciation is she left you. Yeah. So that's something that I have learned throughout all the time in ALBATTS project, and very happy to see how the project has grown and what kind of results we did and what kind of collaborations we have created. And for those that doesn't know me, my name is Jakub Stolf. I'm the president of the Automotive Skills Alliance, and you will learn about that a bit more in the panel 4. It's kind of continuation and sustainability of this collaboration within ALBATTS project. But without further ado, let me introduce the keynote speaker of today morning. It's our partner from AIT InnoEnergy, which AIT InnoEnergy is the organization behind the European Battery Alliance Academy. It's our partner and the strategic collaboration partner that we have also signed our MOU in 2022, and you have also heard from Commissioner Nicolas Schmit in the morning that it's also the partner that used our ALBATTS project results, and it's also the partner that is using the training courses, is using the job role descriptions, but it's also vice versa. We are also in the ASA using the training courses and the descriptions from the AIT InnoEnergy. So it's my great pleasure to invite Konrad Benzuk on the floor today. Konrad is a researcher in the battery production in AIT InnoEnergy, working towards the implementation of digital product passport for batteries within the scope of EU-funded projects. And he additionally supports the InnoEnergy Skills Institute, creating advanced and up-to-date courses for upskilling and reskilling the European battery industry workforce. So, Konrad, floor is yours, and let's enjoy the keynote.
Yeah, thank you. Do I get the clicker?
Yes. Yeah, sorry?
Do I get the clicker?
Yeah, clicker. Perfect. Perfect. I believe that one.
Okay, perfect. Okay, thank you for the introduction. Hello, my name is Konrad Benzuk. I work for EIT InnoEnergy, and I'm here today to talk about the fast-changing landscape of the European battery value chain. But to kick things off, I would like to start with an introduction about who we are and what we do. So, EIT InnoEnergy. Initially co-funded by the European Institute of Innovation and Technology 13 years ago, we are, in a nutshell, an investor and accelerator of renewable startups, meaning we look at promising startups in the clean energy sector, invest in them, and support them with both our expertise and our network. Some of the more well-known companies we've successfully incubated and invested in are Northvolt and Verkor, Europe's homegrown gigafactory solutions. So in 2017, we've been given the amendment by the, we were mandated by the Commission to upscale the European battery industry via an industrial network called the European Battery Alliance, or short EBA, which by now has a network that spans the entire battery value chain, ranging from miners from the very beginning until recyclers at the very end. So as I said, the mission by the Commission was to build a resilient and internationally competitive battery value chain in Europe that's supposed to grow to an annual volume of 250 billion euros by 2025. We've got by now more than 800 industry members across, well, the entire value chain, with which we closely collaborate and try to bridge the gap between them and the policy decision makers on both EU and member state level. Just some of the things that we did over the course of our existence. We've advised the Commissions on several regulations like the Critical Raw Materials Act, the Batteries Regulation, the Green Deal Industrial Plan, shedding light on these important topics. We've invested in more than 230 projects along the battery value chain. We've collaborated with research and innovation networks such as Batteries Europe and BEPA. And we've, well, developed skills for the electrified future. So much about us. Let's talk a little bit about the fast-changing landscape of the European battery value chain, where Europe is where we started, where Europe is seriously lacking still today, and where we might, well, perform quite well already. Okay. So looking back at 2017, when we were given the mandate to scale up the European battery industry, there was basically no supply chain in Europe. There was virtually no cell production in Europe. If you look at the figures on the top left, where there's a comparison of the volume of raw materials being produced, processed materials, and cells being produced in the different regions of the world, it looked quite grim for Europe. There was a little bit of cathode production, but if we look at cells and modules, we had a whopping 0% of the production in 2017. Granted, it was a completely different world. If you look at this, Japan had a higher production volume than China, which of course today now looks completely different. But, well, people back then said that the race was already lost for Europe, that it doesn't make sense for Europe to join in on the battery production, that there will never be gigafactories in Europe. Just look at what happened to the solar industry, the race is lost already. Others said that it makes no sense to join now, just wait for newer technologies. But we predicted for the uptake of batteries in Europe that there will be sort of a hockey stick, meaning at some point a very sharp incline. We said that will be around 2020, that, for example, the uptake of EVs will grow rapidly. And if we look at what actually happened, our, at that point, very optimistic predictions were actually overtaken by reality. There's something missing in the slide. The top is supposed to be EVs, where our predictions were overtaken by reality by factor 2, and the stationary storage growth in Europe was our prediction were overtaken by factor 4. So a lot of growth there. But the main driving factor for the growth of batteries in Europe are still EVs. So the sale for EVs are still growing, even though the overall car sales are going down. There is a strong commitment from European car makers towards EV, partially also because there is this commitment to fade out combustion engines until 2035. And this price parity between new combustion engine cars and new EV cars is also slowly closing down, as you can see with the example down there between the Volvo and the Tesla. Somewhat similar cars with similar equipment are costing somewhat the same. But we're still talking about high cost segment there. So that's one of the demands that needs to be met in Europe, which is affordable EVs. You can see these the two European maps at the top. The left one is the income disparity in Europe, and the right one is the share of electrical cars in Europe. As you can see, they look more or less the same, meaning that electric cars are still somewhat a luxury good. Granted, it kind of also means that new cars are a luxury good, but, well, there are no cheap battery cars, battery-powered cars, well, because there's no second-hand market and there are no new affordable cars. So that's something where Europe has to keep up. It doesn't have to be as extreme as this very cheap Chinese car from Wuling, but maybe something around 20K, like from BYD, would be good. The charging infrastructure is somewhat keeping up, but there is still this range anxiety and, well, the need to have charging infrastructure for the real uptake of EVs. There's a headline also missing. With this, I want to highlight that there's a multitude of international factors affecting the European battery landscape. Maybe the most important one is the Inflation Reduction Act in the US from 2022, where there were almost 400 billion euros invested over 6 different climate-friendly sectors. But the lion's share was invested in the battery-related sector over the next 10 years. And with this, it was possible for the US battery producers to bring their production cost of batteries almost down to the Chinese level. So on the left side, you can see before the Inflation Reduction Act. On the right side, you can see how they were able to bring down through this Inflation Reduction Act and tax incentives their production cost. The European production cost actually went up. This is partially to blame to higher energy prices due to the Russia-Ukraine wars and, well, increased energy prices. There is not much we can do on that regard, and we can't bring down the salaries of the workers either, but what Europe can do is skill them better. Well, then there's also the restriction of export of, for example, natural graphite from China. Almost all of natural graphite used in batteries comes from China, and as an answer to the restricted semiconductors from China, they also reduced the export of graphite, so we also need to diversify our suppliers there. Same goes for the various metals being used, which came to a big part from Russia and Ukraine. And as you can see in the bottom right picture, had to be redistributed to, well, a more diversified source. That's also a little messed up. Okay, about the EU's answer to that, what the EU offers is a how to say this, a strict set of rules and guidelines which the US is lacking. For example, the fading out of the combustion engine in 2035. The Green Industrial Plan builds on 3 regulations: the Temporary Crisis and Transformation Framework, the Critical Raw Materials Act, and the Net Zero Industry Act, and builds up on 4 pillars: the simplifying permitting, as in reducing bureaucracy, enhancing skills, facilitating open and fair trade, and more grants and loans. And I highlighted the enhancing skills for obvious reasons. This is quite important. This is highlighting the disparity between the demand in Europe and the actual production capabilities. So in the dotted line, you can see the expected demands in the different sectors, ranging from raw materials to the finished battery. And the red bars are what are the actual European capacities. So as you can see, in raw materials, there's virtually nothing. If you think back to 2017, when there was virtually nothing in mining, we're still at the same point. There is not much going on in mining. As we move further down the value chain, moving towards the finished product, it gets better in Europe. As you can see, we're doing quite some cell production, so we improved a lot from 2017. We're building quite some EVs, with the exceptions of anodes, because anodes production takes a lot more energy compared to cathode production, and our energy prices are so high. There are individual reasons for all of these shortcomings, but we could identify 3 overarching reasons. listed here below. And of course is that we need a skilled workforce to fill the gaps. There is a lack of machinery and equipment at a scale that, for example, China uses them. And our energy is too expensive compared to other regions. I highlighted skilled workforce because this is kind of like the low-hanging fruit where we can improve with rather little effort and have a high leverage. And this is where we come in with our Skills Institute. As Mr. Maroš Šefčovič, the Vice President of the Commission, said, we need until 2025 800,000 new skilled workers in the battery industry alone. 100,000 of those are supposed to be trained and skilled by the InnoEnergy Skills Institute. And last year, at December, we were able to have this 50,000 learners milestone. So I'm quite confident that we will be able to reach these 100,000 learners until 2025. Okay, there are some key takeaways which I would like to share. One of those is that the transition towards EV is happening faster than anticipated. So at some point there will be sort of a tipping point where the adoption of batteries is self-accelerating, and that is coming faster than initially thought. That we need to boost domestic production. As you recall, there is little to no mining. And if domestic production is not possible, then we need at least a diversified source from outside of Europe from trusted partners, not everything from the same source. Because if we recall to, for example, the COVID times, we know how volatile and easily disrupted supply chains are. The next point about the transparent supply chains goes in kind of the same direction. The supply chains need to be secure, diversified, and if it's not possible to source in Europe, we have to source with the same high standards on a low carbon footprint as we would do in Europe. Well, recycling, for obvious reasons, we need to keep the materials in the loop. We already had the NCM 111, NCM, what was that? 9, a half comparison. 90 of 05. So from the name alone, nickel, cobalt, manganese, you know that the cobalt part in newer batteries goes way down. So from one old battery, from the cobalt alone, you can build 8 new batteries, sort of. So that's why keeping the material in loop is so important. Not only that, but also for environmental reasons. That's kind of what I want to say with the next point. Make more with less. As I said, with the cobalt from an old battery, you can make many new batteries. And of course, upskill and have more skilled workers. As Mr. Šefčovič said, 800,000 until 2025. That's quite a lot, yeah. Thanks. That's
Thank you very much, Konrad. And do we have any immediate questions to Konrad? Yeah. I can run there.
Thank you very much. Delphine Redeli, Director General of CMET, the employers' organization for the MET sector, so we cover the automotive, among others. Excuse my ignorance, but when you have this target of 100,000, I knew about this target before, but I was always asking myself, where are these people? Are they already in the sector and you are recycling them? I'm sorry for the word, I don't like to recycle people because I think recycle product rather than people, but you understand what I mean. Or are you reaching out to young people somewhere in Europe and training them for the sector? Just a question, because I was commenting to Benjamin that for us in our sector, the problem of skill shortage is massive. We are going to discuss this after, and we have difficulties finding out the workforce for the upskilling, reskilling, skilling alone. So I wonder how you managed to have already 50,000 skilled people for your battery sector and how you will manage to get this 100,000. I'm very much interested. I'm very jealous.
Yeah.
Though I'm very happy because it's for the automotive, which is also in our sector, of course.
Yeah, well, it's both. It's young people straight from university and reskilled workers from other industries. But I think it's more the first. I was present at the event where we celebrated the 50,000 learners, where we had 5 exemplary students from all over Europe to represent these learners, and most of them were very young. They were PhD students coming straight from university, so this is kind of our pool.
Thank you very much. Maybe if I may follow on that a bit, because I was also quite surprised when you said low-hanging fruit, frankly speaking, because that's something that I have noted down. And of course, I don't want to burn you on that, but
No.
but it's a fruit, of course. But from my personal perspective, it's a little bit high-hanging fruit, because it's quite difficult, of course, to get to those numbers that we are speaking about, even if it's 2025, 800,000, now reaching 100,000. Don't take me wrong, it's a great achievement, that 50,000 that you are having. Maybe, do you have the information with you, what kind of, what this number means? Is it a fully upskilled, reskilled person, or is it the person that took one of the courses, or do you have any further details on this number?
These 50,000 are people that completed at least one of the learning journeys that we offer. So it's not one course, but like an entire journey of courses.
Perfect, thank you very much. Do we have any other questions? Yeah.
I got it. First of all, let me just thank you for the really excellent presentation, very, very interesting. I would have loads of questions, but I'm just going to ask one. You mentioned that the infrastructure for recharging is more or less keeping up with new vehicle sales. What we hear from the vehicle manufacturers is that if there were more infrastructure, they would sell more electric vehicles. Can you comment on that? You know, the speed at which the infrastructure is actually being put in place in Europe, whether that's a limiting factor at the moment?
It's a good question. I mean, of course, it's a limiting factor, but these things influence each other. So if there is more charging stations and people will buy more EVs, if people buy more EVs, then it makes sense to install more charging infrastructure. So that you have to start with one thing. And yeah, so of course, if there is limited charging infrastructure, it would limit the uptake of EVs.
I'm sorry, I missed the perspective of battery swapping. Can you give a comment to the timeline till we have the battery swapping in Europe?
You mean battery swapping as in, like, instead of charging, you swap the entire battery?
Yeah.
I'm not sure about that. Maybe it's my personal perspective. But I'm having difficulties with the thought of swapping like entire car battery at a charging station, because, well, they are sometimes structural parts of the vehicle and they weigh up to 400 kilograms. So just switching them at a charging station, maybe I'm entirely wrong and ignorant about that, but I'm not sure if that will be even a thing in the near future. It might be if you more or less lease a battery, but just imagine you buy a new EV and a huge part of that money goes to a new battery, and then you charge and you don't know what kind of battery you get. So it might be more like in a closed loop when you lease a... Yeah.
Yeah. And if I may use the opportunity to ask the last question, as the time is running. You have now the opportunity, basically, as quite a lot of stakeholders in the room representing the different organizations, but also the policymakers. Do you have any kind of challenges in terms of upskilling, reskilling of the people, or in terms of approaching initial education system or lifelong learning system, or approaching the regions, you as EBA Academy, and some kind of message that you would like to conclude your keynote speech?
I have to think about that. Yeah.
No, in between. Sorry for that. Sorry for that question. Maybe I, maybe to give you some bit of the time. I know that there are of course those challenges because we have a strategic collaboration between Skills Institute and Automotive Skills Alliance, and there is a big challenge, of course, in approaching the initial education system, in adapting those courses on the national levels, approaching the regions as such. So there is still a lot to do together, and I just wanted to thank you for all those collaborations, and thank you also for all that results sharing. If it was from ALBATTS to Energy Skills Institute or vice versa, and we need to and we want to and we will to make it happen together. This upskilling, reskilling. Yeah. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, so thanks, Konrad, for his keynote speech.
And we move to the next panel. And, well, I told you in the beginning that, and this was the heart on the project. You've just met Jakub. As you could see, he was the muscles in the project. And before you ask who was the brain, it was everybody. So, but Jakub was clearly the muscles in the project. Jakub, thanks. Okay, let's move on to the next panel about skills and jobs and future challenge. So we keep basically around the same topics, obviously, but with a different perspective. And I'm inviting João Alves from ATEC. I'll introduce you all. Miriam Laxman, member of the European Parliament. Well, just sit here. Let Miriam, you and then Miriam. Okay, Miriam next to me. Please. It's been a while since we haven't been together, so I'll take advantage. Benjamin Dennis, and also Delphine Rodelli. Well, to introduce you the panel, João comes from ATEC, working in the project and certification area, and was a member of the project ALBATTS and coordinated or co-coordinated one of the work packages. Miriam Laxman, as I said, is a member of the European Parliament. She was the rapporteur on an initiative report related to this topic, but on top of that, Miriam has for very long been concerned about more strategic and geopolitical and geoeconomic aspects, and I'm sure we'll get to that during this conversation. Benjamin, Senior Policy Advisor and Head of Industrial Policy at the Industrial Europe, so we'll have an industry perspective as well. And finally, Delphine Rodelli, Director General at Schmit, the European Tech and Industry Employers. So I think we have a broad perspective here. Let's start with a conversation and then we'll open for the debate. And Miriam, would you start, if you agree? Let's start with Miriam and then so we have a very complete conversation.
Happy to do so. Thank you very much for the invitation and good afternoon or morning still, morning to everyone. I'll start with the final question to the keynote speaker, reskilling, upskilling, and lifelong learning, and I'll end up with the geopolitical context. It's very clear that children who are born today will work in jobs that do not exist. And it's very difficult for the educational system to compete with this and to provide proper education to people when we do not know for what kind of job we are actually educating people for. And this is a problem of the EU. We know that in one of the polls, 77% of industry said that they have problems to find properly skilled workers because the lack of skilled workers is a big issue of our market. But there are a couple of issues where what we can do with it, and this is what I was, as a member of EMPL, I was trying to focus on. First of all, to offer reskilling, upskilling, and lifelong learning, it's a matter of absolute urgency for our market. We know that the polls show that there are big differences between member states where this kind of reskilling, upskilling, and education, lifelong education is provided. We know that in Scandinavian countries, for example, it's far better than the rest of the EU, and it's very important to invest in this sector. Vocational training is also a key, where when the learners are also getting directly the practical skills and kind of offers the connection with the needs of the market and with the developments. The problem is that vocational training doesn't have the image of being cool, and not many pupils are choosing vocational training as the learning process in their life. So this is I think it's an opportunity for us to invest in the image of vocational training and also to invest in the quality of this education, where the private sector can offer the skills for the teachers and for those who provide the learning often better than those who are in academia, and this is all levels of education, from the basic to secondary education, where unfortunately we see kind of discrepancy between the private sector and the educational sector. I see it for example, from universities where my nephews are leaving universities and they are in technical field because they say that in the particular field they know better than the teacher. And I don't blame the teachers and don't blame the professors at the universities or teachers in the secondary school, because if they live in their bubble, it's absolutely impossible to keep the track and pace with the private sector. So for that reason, we need to combine these two in a more efficient way, where the teachers and professors at the university have more contact with the research and development which is happening in the private sector, and investment in research and development at all is our issue for the European Union, where I was also pushing that there is a better investment in this, because this of course has a direct impact on the educational readiness of our pupils and workers. And there is a second dimension which we need to invest in a little bit more, is the infrastructure which is provided to workers, and also workers who would like to undertake training while being employed, because we need to invest more in the care sector. So the parents have a care sector which kind of helps them to combine jobs, education and family care. Also, we need to invest more into the infrastructure for people with disabilities, health issues. One poll says that 50% of people with disabilities say that they are able to be at the job market, but the infrastructure is lacking, so they cannot contribute to the job market. And this is definitely a failure of our societies, that we are unable to prepare the infrastructure in such a way that everyone is included. And also, I mean, because of the demographic decline, we know that more and more people at age will have to stay in the job market, and that's why the infrastructure is also necessary, because these people face different health issues, different health problems, and we need to be ready for this too. And the final issue here is people from disadvantaged background, because people from disadvantaged background at the moment still can somehow be placed at the job market. But in the future, when the digital skills will be absolutely a must, it will be very difficult for these people to be at the job market at all. So we need to think of this too, because we are kind of the differences between those people who have access and who will not have access because of their education will grow, and we need to be ready for this. And now the geopolitical context. Because I'm a member of AFET as well as a member of EMPL. And one of the kind of main missions of my mandate was to focus on the problems which are brought and the challenges which are brought, and threats, I would say, from our dependency on China when it comes to raw materials, when it comes to making wrong decisions that enable China to take greater and greater share of our markets. And I was a rapporteur for AFET in the access to critical raw materials. We do know, and this is what was said by managers from China, that the price of electric vehicle, 20% of the price can be cut off in China because of their access to critical raw materials. We heard in the keynote speech that the critical raw materials is a way how China is practically pushing its policies through our access to critical raw materials. We need to make, before we really embrace the electric vehicles, we need to make a couple of steps before. That's why I'm a big critic of the decision of the ban of conventional engines by 2035, because we did not do the steps which are necessary for this decision before, which is access to critical raw materials, which the legislation is finalized only now, first of all. Second, we know that the share of electric vehicles, of Chinese electric vehicles, has grown to 30%. This is a danger for our automobile industry. And this is because of the Chinese subsidies, which is now happening, the investigation that the Commission is looking into the subsidies, the state subsidies into the electric vehicles. This is due to the access to critical raw materials, so they can keep the price down. Yes, now the investigation goes, so we will see what the Commission will do. Maybe Commission will introduce tariffs. But in the meanwhile, we already know that China is investing in the battery industry in Europe. So practically from competing with the low price because of the state subsidies, they have changed the strategy into the indirect investment into the battery industry in Europe, which will be even more difficult for us to combat. And this is the geopolitical context in which we have to look into the kind of automobile industry and the labor market, because if we will end up that our people will be only assembling batteries and electric vehicles in the EU, and the jobs which are creating the greater share on the global market will be elsewhere. This will be our problem, and that's why I'm bringing the alarm bell, not only due to the preparation of the people for the jobs of 21st century, but also that we need to make decisions and set the legal approach in such a way that we are protecting our industry, our research in development, and we are trying to bring as much of the production back to the EU, or do it in the cooperation with democratic states where the cooperation is more predictable. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Miriam, and thank you for broadening the discussion. That's very helpful, and we'll keep on. João, you were in charge or co-in charge of one of the topics most important in the project, skills and education. So how can you answer to some of these questions? Not all the questions, don't worry.
Not all of them.
But not all of them. And by the way, as I did in the first panel and Jakub did, we will ask everyone at the end some recommendations. So you get prepared for the final recommendations you included, but we'll go to that.
Okay. I imagine this is the...
Yeah.
Who knows how to work with this? This is really strange thing. Mechanism. That one. Perfect. Thank you very much. So, sorry, I will stand up a little bit. Thank you very much for Enrique for introducing me. I'm very happy to be here today sharing our results about the education and training. Anders said in the beginning that we had 2 questions that we tried to tackle, and I'm focusing now on the second one, how we can address these things of this lacking of skills and people qualified for the market. And we try to contribute a little bit, at least, during our project into this part. So first of all, I would like you to introduce one of our most interesting, I would say, tools that we developed. We developed some skill cards from hundreds of different job roles that were identified through the project. We developed and described 26 job skill cards, 15 of them into higher level education and 11 of them for the VET levels. And these skill cards are very interesting tools and are being used already in several places in Europe, which which leaves us very happy with that. But this describes not only the specific or have a short description of these specific job roles, but it also contains the description of the skills that are necessary for this job. And this is where the education and training can start, I would say, taking these skill cards that are available in ALBATTS through our website and start developing not from scratch, but exactly from the competencies and the skills that are needed for the industry, and start developing the training material for them to, and the new qualifications in the different countries. We develop, as I said, these 26 skill cards. We see here on your right side the higher education ones, and on the left side the lower education ones. We have plenty of them that are transversal to the entire value chain, but if we look also, we can see that there are more developed on the upstream part of the value chain. I believe this is because the industry is still starting, but I also believe that that will be some change also for the downstream part of it. So lots of work still needs to be done for sure in the future regarding this job development and job description, and using or not this tool that we developed. But picking on these skill cards, we developed what we call the ALBATTS Education and Training Framework. Is there the title? We set 4 pillars that we think that are most relevant for the education and training industry. So first of all, I will open all of them. Right now I try, a lot of them. So the first pillar, it's about curricula for all levels. Of course, we see that the value chain is requiring not only for higher education, but also for vet levels. And this is one thing that we came up very clearly since almost the beginning of the project, of course. We focused a little bit more on the vocational level because I think we've been seeing the higher education is more treated already, and Elena explained, for instance, in Porto what we are doing. But we are focused a little bit more on the vocational level. But what we say also is that we should also have and need to use the learning outcomes approach. This is already used in almost all countries in Europe, so this is understandable for the national education systems as well. And the modular approach. This is key because the industry is developing so fast that we need to be flexible in adapting and developing our qualifications at the national levels. So modular approach is crucial. Using microlearning, we try to use, of course, this microlearning, which is very trendy at the moment. I think it's a good also tool to use. Pillar 2 is about how to deliver the training. And again, flexibility is key. Using digital resources everywhere, it's now what all schools, or almost all schools, universities are used to use now at this moment. But we cannot forget also work-based learning, for instance. And for that, we need the industry, which was a very big challenge within the project because we didn't have the industry yet during the project. But work-based learning will be for sure very important for training the people for the battery industry. And do not forget, I think this is one very important topic, the joint educational programs. The knowledge is shared, and if we want to compete as a big region, European region, against other regions in the world, we need to join forces, and not only at national level, but also international. With different countries, we can develop joint educational programs, and this is one thing that we also want to bring into the framework. Third part, trainers. If industry is lacking of qualified people, imagine schools and training centers and universities, how we can have teachers and trainers that are competent also to teach these subjects. And so we also developed some very interesting concepts, and I think I will talk about them a little bit more ahead. And finally, recognition. This is a big problem at European level, I think, because each country has its own national education and training system, and sometimes it brings difficulties in the recognitions level. I think higher education is already more advanced on this topic, but if we look at the vocational training, this recognition is not so well developed and needs to strengthen this. Practical things, courses. We developed, I think Anders also already said something about this. We developed some courses. I will pass this one to show you our portfolio. We focused a little bit more on the introductory courses. Elena also mentioned that this is important for the students also to have introductory and basic learnings about the different batteries and battery value chain. So we focused a little bit on these basic levels, but can be, of course, these courses can be interesting also for the first years and higher education, for instance. But we also try to not focus only on the sector-specific skills on batteries, but we also seen very important needs in transversal skills about, for instance, English. In the morning we had Northvolt. So Northvolt has more than 100 nationalities in Sweden working there. So if they don't know how to speak English, forget it. It would be impossible. And I think Vector said something about 60 nationalities or something like that. So it's common to have many different nationalities, and English will be almost for sure the language to use. And soft skills also. Soft skills is something, talking about the skills for the 21st century, I think soft skills are one of the most important ones for sure, not the technical ones. And we also developed a training material for teachers to use and develop soft skills within their own education system. Where are these courses available? They are available, they are for free, or this training material, they are at the Automotive Skills Alliance learning platform. But this is not only a database for the training course, this has a skills hub, and I believe Jakob will talk a little bit about this in the afternoon. But the interesting of this is, of course, ASA is an organization, a formal organization, and will stay after the project ends. So regarding sustainability of our results, this is an important topic. But it's also linked and framed against the ESCO, European Skills, Competence, Occupations. Is it? Yeah. So it's, and automatically it delivers micro badges. If we do a training course in the learning platform from the Automotive Skills Alliance, it automatically recognizes the skills that are associated with it and delivers a micro badge, and recognized through the Alliance, through the Automotive Skills Alliance, the achievement of these skills. There's also the link for the learning platform if you want. And I think also very important, and someone was talking about the national level, how to put it on the national level. We have here some examples of what we also achieved in some of the countries that we cooperated with. We have examples of Germany using the skill cards from ALBATTS. We have in Czech Republic, was updated also the battery manufacturing technician qualification. In Finland, I think someone will talk about this also in the afternoon. In Finland, there was a curriculum was also developed, taking also the ALBATTS results as an example. In Portugal, we are using also the skill cards for updating the national curricula for the VET system. We updated ESCO as well, the ESCO platform, and already issued some micro-credentials. We have more than 1,000 registered people in our courses in the platform, which is a nice number. It's not the 50,000, of course, but 1,000 is not that bad. That wasn't our purpose, okay? Of the project is not to train and to develop the skills of people. But I think we also helped a little bit on that. Finally, the teachers, I was talking about this and others also said, we created this concept and we know that other industries are already using this concept as well. The BAT forum, Batteries Teachers and Trainers Forum. This is a forum for collaboration, for sharing best practices, also for creating new opportunities of new projects between schools and between the teachers. And at the end is a support of knowledge sharing. And so during the project, we had the opportunity to go with 30 teachers to Sweden, to see Northvolt, and to work together, all of them. We had the opportunity to go to Czech Republic, to Skoda, and with another 30 teachers, working together again, seeing how the incorporation of EVs is done with the batteries. And now we have another project coming from these ALBATTS, which is called CABAT, which is organizing additional 5 forums during the next 2 years. So I think this is a good concept also. More information is available. And of course, Anders also talked about this handbook. It's very hands-on approach, ways of how to implement training in the battery industry with examples for learning spaces, how to use the courses that were developed. So information not only for vet schools and teachers, but also for companies. It was published 2 weeks ago, I think. And this was maybe the last question. What should we do? Cooperation, cooperation, cooperation. I think this is one of the key elements of the ALBATTS project. From the beginning, we cooperated with external organizations. InnoEnergy is one of them, so they cooperated with us with the skill cards and with the courses, which gives us also the confidence that the work that we've done is good, I think, I hope. Thank you very much. Sorry, I'm not sure if I...
Thank you, João. Thank you, João. I think you did one very important thing, which is we don't want this event to be about what the project did, but we want this event to be also fed with what the project did. And I think this is really important. And this is also a message for the policymakers that are here so that they see where does the money that funds this project goes to, and if it's productive or not. I think it's our responsibility to show that. So in that sense as well, I thank you. Benjamin, let's move to the next step of this conversation.
Yeah, thank you very much for the invitation. My name is Benjamin Denis. I'm representing today Industrial Europe, which is a European trade union federation representing workers from the industry. So we have basically members, workers from the extractive industries, from energy industries, but also manufacturing industries. And I maybe would like to start my short intervention by bouncing on what João just said, the importance of cooperation. As social partners, as trade unions, we believe into the core values of the EU social model. We believe that industrial relations matter. We believe that social dialogue matters. And not only because this is, we have lost Jacques Delors some weeks ago. It has clearly an added value. When my mother was trained, she was trained in the 60s, 1960s as a secretary. She was trained with equipment that we do not use anymore. And when the computer were introduced in the late 70s, early 80s in Europe, trade unions didn't organize large demonstrations to protect typewriters or typewriting machines or protest against the introduction of computers. No, what did trade unions at that time? They thought, of course, we live in an open society. We shouldn't and couldn't stop or delay technical progress. Technological uptake. That's part of the landscape. But we also know as trade unions with our boots on the ground that technology shift is never only a technology shift. It has implications on productivity and therefore on the amount of employment. It has consequences for the organization of work. It has consequences for health and safety at work. All those elements are really at the core of what social partners are doing. They are there, employers and workers, to discuss, negotiate agreements, to deal with those structural change in a way which makes sense both from an economic perspective, that's employers' business, and from a social perspective, that's trade union business. And this is exactly the discussion we see nowadays as being extremely important in the way we are implementing the Green Deal, in the way we are looking at industrial transformation. Because we represent workers from automotive industry, and the change in the automotive industry, the structural change, is already going on. Just some numbers, you all know in the room, or many of you know in the room, that we have 2.6 jobs in the EU 27 in the manufacturing of automotive and cars. More than 13 million jobs if we consider all the related jobs upstream and downstream. So obviously those jobs matter a lot. Especially in regions that highly depend on this industry. Automotive industry is an industry which is highly concentrated. Central and Eastern European countries, but also north of Italy, northeast of France, Germany, of course, Sweden to some extent. And what we see, based on the contact we have with our members, is that in the supply chain in particular, the electrification is starting to bite, if I may say, with a series of job losses that have been announced recently by major suppliers. We also know, based on different studies that have been made, ELAB, for instance, or other studies, that the shift to electrification will entail a significant number of job losses because battery electric vehicles are less labor-intensive than the equivalent petrol or diesel cars. There are plenty of numbers available. I'm sure that many of you know them. The key issue for us is how do we deal with those aspects. And we believe that really ALBATTS and similar initiatives are really playing a key role in providing tools, providing information, providing data that really will help to anticipate change, that will feed the kind of conversation we already have and we will have in the future to steer the structural change in a way which makes sense economically and socially. And basically, skills is really an important part of the transition to a green economy, but clearly there is a political discussion behind. There are different ways of implementing the skills strategy, and the one we defend as workers' representative is the following. First element, it must be based on an individual right to training, and that right must be rooted in legally binding agreements, if possible at company level and at sectoral level. Two, we need planning. We need plans to anticipate change at company level, sites level, but also at regional level. And in those plans, we would like to see a better understanding of what the skills requirements, the skills needs will be. And based on the contact we have with our members, we know that in a series of companies and in member states where there is a strong tradition, a well-established tradition of industrial relations, Sweden, Germany, for instance, those plans already exist. But we also know that in a series of countries, it's not the case at all. There is a lack of anticipation of change, a lack of clarity of what the structural change will entail in terms of training and retraining for workers. There is, of course, a financial discussion to have. We would like to see those initiatives co-financed by private companies and public authorities in a fair way. That's also why we insist on the need to social conditionalities when a company gets public money through state aids or from the EU budget. We also believe that quality matters, the quality of the training programs, the reskilling programs, and you already mentioned the importance of having a shared quality framework at EU level. And maybe a last element that we see as extremely important while designing those reskilling policies, it's inclusiveness. Inclusiveness means that we know through statistics that there are a series of categories from the population that are far away from the labor market, people with migrant background. There is also a gender dimension in that discussion. And we believe that trying to make those skills program, reskilling programs much more open to inclusiveness is also an important aspect. But the problem is, and I will conclude my initial intervention by that, is that we see that this social model, this model based on cooperation is really or shouldn't be taken for granted in the EU. We see a series of governments trying to dismantle, weaken, undermine the existing industrial relations system, including in countries in the north of Europe that have used this social model to build a thriving industry, an export-oriented industry, and I'm here thinking to Nordic countries. Problem is also that some companies do not really invest and develop their activities while respecting this European social model or these European social models, because of course we have diversity here. And I have in mind a big player of the battery electric vehicle supply chain, Tesla, which has managed to trigger the largest strike in 30 years in Sweden, simply because they do not want to negotiate a collective agreement for something like 100 workers in a country, Sweden, where we have 90% of the labor market which is covered by collective agreements. So again, it's a country with a thriving industry, an export-oriented industry. So it shows that social model, good industrial relation is an asset to build a strong industry. It's not an obstacle, it's not a hurdle to make business, it's an asset, and it should be understood like that. And we see, and this is really the dark side of the moon, if I may say, in the looming battery industry, that in a series of countries, and mainly one which would like to become an industrial hub in Europe, a tendency to build the battery industry at the expense of the social model, while trying to use mainly temporary agency workers to find the workers they need. Since they didn't find them in the country or in the EU, they first started in neighboring countries, Serbia, southwest of Europe. And nowadays, more and more, they work with temporary agency workers coming from Southeast Europe in working conditions that are extremely worrying from our perspective. So there is really a risk that parts of the battery industry could become a low-cost industry, using or implementing really bad and weak working conditions. And we really insist on the need to counterbalance that trends by setting up a strong policy framework that will ensure that we will go for a battery industry and a skilling approach that will put quality of employment at the top of the political priorities.
Benjamin, thank you very much for very interesting and very insightful and very serious issues that you've raised. And I think this opens very well the floor for the conversation that we'll have next with Delphine. Delphine, as I said, comes from Schmit, the European Tech and Industry Employers. So it's very opportune. You have what you already had planned to say, but I think there's conversation to keep on going. And obviously, we'll then move to the audience. Delphine.
Thank you very much. Yeah, so I'm Delphine Redeli, the Director General of CMET. I represent the employers from the manufacturing industry, so covering also the automotive sector. You will understand that I agree and disagree with Benjamin. We are used to that because we are social partners in outside this event. So we tend to agree on a lot of things, but of course, sometimes we also disagree on a number of others. I would say that if I had to quantify, I agree with 50% of what you say, maybe 70%, but I disagree with maybe 30%. I would not name and shame. I mean, I don't want to enter into the debate about Tesla and everything. I mean, I don't think that's for today. I think that coming back on the topic of skills and job future prospect, if we take it broadly from the automotive industry, we've been discussing this topic with industrial and other stakeholders in the frame of ASA for maybe now 2 years, something like that, and also together with the European Commission. Concerning the automotive sector, we've been having a lot of meetings regarding what we could do after, especially the discussion started as regard the Green Deal, its impact it would have for this sector, the Fit for 55. Because of course, when all this lot of regulation was put on the table, there was one part missing, which was the impact on employment. There were, I think, 11 proposals for directive which were launched, and the social dimension was a little bit left out. It's from our perspective. And then we started having a conversation with the European Commission on, how we would take that into account, having in mind the words by the Vice President of the Commission at that time, Mr. Timmermans, saying that no one should be left behind. And of course, it's very good because you have the Vice President of the Commission saying no one should be left behind, nice promise, and then it's up to the stakeholders to fill that promise. Because of course, Mr. Timmermans cannot do much about it. We, the stakeholders, have to fill that promise and make sure that no one is left behind. We being the workers' representative, the workers themselves, and of course the companies of the sector. So we started working and trying to see what we could do. At European level, it's always a little bit complicated because we are the social partners, but the actors are on the ground. They're on national level. They are the companies, they are the region, they are the public authorities. And of course, I think that at our level, we started to reflect together with Industrial on what we could do to convince our members that they needed to be real active in this process and to make sure that all the actions needed to be taken into consideration as employers and trade unions organization. But of course, the main actors are the companies and their workers. And I think that where I fully share what Benjamin has said is that, of course, we need to put in place a number of actions to make sure that this green transition is happening in a good manner, is that you need to anticipate. You need to make sure that there is a proper dialogue taking place at all appropriate level. And when we say appropriate for us, we mean the companies, the sectors, the local, the regional level, because this is where decisions have to take place. So you need a good cooperation between the workers and the companies concerning the anticipation of change and how this is taking place. And it means anticipation of change for the skills, and also if there are, in some cases, difficulties to find the right workforce or to keep the companies open, because we know that in some cases, some companies might not survive in the entire automotive value chain, then you need to accompany those companies also as well, socially, I mean. So there are a number of steps that need to be taken. When it comes to, of course, skilling, upskilling, I think, Miriam, you've mentioned a lot of the things that we've been calling for. You need good VET system in place at member state level. And of course, for that, you need a lot of investment for the member state. You need a good cooperation between the industry and the member states. That means involving the companies, the social partners, of course. You also need to have attractive systems, but also need to work on career guidance. We know that a lot of young people don't go to STEM, don't go to the industry, don't go to VET, because the parents don't consider that this is attractive, and this will give you a career. So this is something on which we are really calling for things to be changed, and at national level, we know that the career guidance systems are really to be improved. We didn't find so far one country which has a career guidance system which is really efficient for the young pupils, and this has to be changed because we really need to attract the youngsters to STEM and to VET if we want to change for the future and make sure that we have people coming to the industry and to VET. Of course, upskilling and reskilling the workforce is also very important, but when you've said that, and you can invest a lot of money, we are facing two problems. We are facing a problem of motivation of employees and motivation of companies. And we have to be very honest and transparent on that. Sometimes people just don't want to be trained. Here we have a problem. I think we have a disagreement with Industrial. We are not in favor of a right to training. We don't think that because there is a right, it will change something, because we see that in some countries where this right exists, still people don't want to be trained. They don't have enough motivation, because for them, training brings them back to a situation where they were young. Training was not something very sexy. They don't keep a good souvenir of their training. So I think we need to motivate also workers to explain to them that training is something positive and that they have to remain employable. But we also have to convince companies. I mean, of course, the big companies, they invest in training. We know they spend millions of euros, they spend a lot of percentage of their payrolls on training. For the smallest one, it's a more difficult exercise. It's not that they don't want, but you have to convince them that it's an investment. When you have a company of 30 or 50, If you tell them you have to send 2 or 3 people in training at the same time, it's difficult because then you lose a big part of your workforce at the same moment, and then you have difficulties to continue the production. So it's also something on which we have to work. It's how you convince both the employees and both the companies that training is an investment and it is something positive if we want to make sure that we have the skilled workforce for the future. So upskilling and reskilling is really something on which we have to invest, but it's not only putting money, it's also putting good conviction both from employers and employers' organization and trade unions to convince the people that this is something that we need. Funding has been mentioned by Benjamin. We think that funding is out there, but it needs to be streamlined. We also need to make sure that funding is put at one place, because access to funding is really a problem. Our companies tell us that it's too complicated. They just give it up. They say, no, we don't want to try to access funding. It takes hours of work. It's too complicated. And it requires a lot of administrative tasks. And we need to make sure that we can access to funding in a much more easy manner. Now, even if we would manage to skill enough people, and I'm not sure we have enough people because we have a problem of skill shortage, but in Europe we also have a problem of labor shortage, which is another issue. I don't think there are enough Europeans because of the demographic issue we are facing at the moment. Even though I think that in some cases, in some countries and in some regions, some jobs will be lost and some companies will not survive this green transition. And this is also something that we have to face. We have to accompany those companies. And in that case, we need to make sure that the member states and the governments have the proper system in place to accompany those companies, which require a proper policy framework at national level. We know that not all the member states have those policy framework, and we need to make sure that this is the case. Benjamin has mentioned a lot the Nordics, France, Germany, Italy, those countries where the policy frameworks are in place. We need to make sure that it's the case everywhere. What we are saying is that there is no need to over-regulate at European level, but we need to push for the national systems to be efficient, in line with the national situations, adapted to the national circumstances. So this is what we are calling for. Make sure that the upskilling, reskilling, education and training systems are in place, but also ensure that if in some cases upskilling and reskilling is not the solution, but some companies will not survive this green transition, then we can accompany those workers differently with the right policy measures at national level.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. And thank you for giving us a perspective of the hard work that members of parliament and policymakers have, because they have to bridge the 50% that you agree and disagree. And I would guess that Benjamin will say about the same, roughly 50 to 70%, hopefully 50. We'll hear about that. We'll open the floor for the discussion. So if you can start raising hands so that I can get a picture of how many questions you will have. I can see that we'll have at least 1, 2, 3. Okay, before I move to you 4, okay, we have questions, but I do have a couple of questions, and I take the advantage of being here. And I think that one of the things, there are 2 things that you've mentioned that I think are quite important here. One is the issue of making this training or these jobs attractive. You raised that topic, and I think that's challenging. My 2 cents are, a few years ago, a client of ours had the same problem in an industry and was saying maybe the challenge, the way forward would be to have TV series where those jobs were the good jobs that the good guys hire. Let's give the typewriting for the villains and the new jobs for the ones. But I'm sure that's not the only solution. So that's one of the things that you've raised, and I think that's pretty important. But the other thing, and I think it's more broad, is where we mix the Green Deal and geopolitics. That is, I mean, Green Deal was about responding to climate change, of course, but it was presented as well as an economic policy. And the fact that we see is that it hasn't delivered everything, and it brought many challenges. And that will be on the agenda on the voters next, on the coming elections, and afterwards. How do you think that will play, Miriam?
Very good question, and I am afraid that because the citizens do see that our economy is less and less competitive, we see rise of the prices of food, energy, living costs. We see growing of families who are falling into poverty, and this is not only eastern flank of the EU, but across the EU. We see also lack of the possibilities to find good quality jobs. We see people who are working, not being able to survive from the income they get. And these are the challenges the EU is facing. And I'm afraid that this is going to be felt at the result of the EU elections, because the citizens will, unfortunately, probably opt for parties which will be critical of the EU. And I do hope that they will vote for parties which are critical but offering solutions, and not only one solution, which means that we need to have more exits from the EU, or the EU is a wrong solution, or EU should not exist. EU is a kind of prison in which the national states who would be otherwise successful are held in. So I hope that the citizens will take a constructive and rational decision, that critical of some of the policies is right, but we need to have solutions. I'm one of the members of the European Parliament who believes that the Green Deal should be revised, that we have set aims when there was no war in Ukraine, that there was no the breaking moment when we realized that our energy dependency from Russia is a threat. I was one of the MEPs when, from the first day I joined the European Parliament, I started to put forward amendments saying that our energy policy is in breach of the decision of the Council, because in 2014 the European Council made a decision that we should diversify our energy resources, because Russia and our dependency and the level of our dependency from Russia is a threat. And we did the exact opposite. So I was saying we are in infringement with the decision of the heads of state and leaders of the European Union. And the Green Deal was set also before the pandemics, which also has impacts which were not only immediate, I mean, during the pandemics, but until now we feel the impact. We also see the impact from our dependency on China, which is another issue I'm trying to bring up, that the fact that we are dependent and our economy is dependent from a country which is the biggest totalitarian state in the world is a threat. And we already see now that China is using its dominant position vis-à-vis our access to critical raw materials, vis-à-vis our implementation of the Green Deal, because practically also when it comes to the technology we need to implement the Green Deal, we are also nearly 100% dependent from China. That means that in order to make the steps which are costly to reach the aims of the Green Deal, we are making our dependency from China higher and higher, and the economic profit is on the Chinese side. So, you know, your question was, yes, we hope that the Green Deal is going to bring green economy, which will provide more jobs, clean jobs, nice environment. But unfortunately, we need to do further setting up and come up with legislation and preparation before we start to fulfill these aims, because otherwise the economic results and the profit of the Green Deal will be on the Chinese side.
Thank you so much, Miriam. And before asking João something, I think it's time to move directly to Benjamin and to Delphine, because I think this raises the question that obviously a lot of what you care about then is done at the national level. I mean, a lot of these are national policies, but the framework is European. And the change, the wind for change is coming from Brussels at the end of the day, because it's where you see the major shifts. We have the broad perspective. What can you do, or can we have done from Brussels that can help then at the local level? Benjamin, starting with you, then you can comment on the 50 or 70%. We're curious.
No, actually, I think that I agree with 82% of what Delphine has said.
Okay,
but I
we're moving to the Economic and Social Committee.
But I strongly disagree
over.
with the remaining 18%. Because actually, when you consider, and I will maybe make a link with what Marianne just said about China. I mean, if we go for a kind of super low-cost strategy, supply strategy, and this is what we see in a series of countries, regions, companies in Europe trying to beat China on costs. And where will it lead? It will lead to a kind of authoritarian neoliberalism, where at some stage it will be a government that will decide to design policies to cut costs as much as possible, providing bypass we see already companies being able or enabled or allowed to bypass health, sanitary, environmental legislations, and also dismantling the few elements we have that could build a strong social system. And actually, the dependency we have with China is also the result of 2 or 3 decades of low-cost supply strategies from a series of multinational companies, including in the automotive industry. As far as I know, most of the automotive companies and also the big suppliers have heavily invested in China to get access to the Chinese market, because it was, of course, the more dynamic market in the world. But the flip side of that decision that could make sense from an economic point of view is that they had to create joint ventures, they had to accept technology transfer, and 2 or 3 decades later, as a result of this low-cost strategy, instead of having built or maintained strong, thriving European supply chains, going for the low-cost version of it, leads to dependency on China. 20, 30 years ago, we now discover that the Chinese are able to produce good cars at a much lower price than European car makers, and they want to export them to Europe. Now, what's the right answer to that challenge? It's quite complicated. Part of our members are a bit on the line that Miriam has just mentioned, but part of our members are also telling us if Chinese investors want to invest in Europe and create good industrial jobs, provided that they respect the social model we have in Europe and in our country, fair enough. That's basically what Japanese car makers and South Korean car makers did 20 or 30 years ago. And it's already happening. Our Swedish colleagues, for instance, tell us that they have no particular problem with the fact that they have to deal with Chinese employers in the automotive sector. Because the employer has accepted to respect or had to respect a series of rules that features the Swedish social model in this case. So it's difficult discussion, but yeah.
Let Miriam jump in, and then I'll ask.
I'll just respond in one sentence that yes, the Japanese companies did it 20 years ago, but now they know that it's a problem, and they already reversed the decision and are trying to lower their cooperation with China and offering us actually the model to follow. How to actually do all the necessary steps.
No, I meant that they invested in Europe to create activities and industrial activities in Europe, the Japanese. That's what I meant.
Oh, okay.
Delphine.
I think that, the real question is, how do we make sure that Europe remains a continent where we have an industry and where companies are happy to invest? This is the question. Of course, we see China as an unfair competitor. But the question is, how do we make sure that our companies are happy to remain in Europe? And if Chinese companies come in Europe and invest in Europe, they have to do it according to our rules. If I mean, they are unfair competitors, as Miriam was saying, then this is a problem and we have to fight against that. Now, if Chinese companies come in Europe and play against our rules, I think that's okay. The problem is that our companies now have difficulties to remain in Europe, to invest in Europe, because we are not, I mean, they don't see us as a competitive territory. And I think that's the problem. We have to make sure that we offer proper infrastructure, good investment conditions, regulation that is not over-regulation, because that's also an issue. And I think that there we disagree, but I think that you mentioned the Green Deal, but there is another example which for us was, as employers, was very striking, and I think, of course, Benjamin is going to disagree immediately, might start screaming. The war in Ukraine started on the 24th of February 2022. On the 23rd of February 2022, the Commission proposed the due diligence directive. That was the day before. This piece of legislation is massive and it's extremely complicated, extremely full of constraints for companies. When we saw this and the day after the war in Ukraine started, companies thought, well, maybe this piece is too much. And we have to consider that with all the constraints out of COVID, the Green Deal, now the war in Ukraine, this piece of legislation has to be reconsidered, has to be put on hold. This is what we argued. Nobody considered this. Nobody considered this. It went on. It was adopted like this, very quickly, with no consideration for that. And I think that at some point, we also have to take into account the fact that, indeed, we compete against competitors that don't have due diligence, don't have all these constraints, live in a different world. And as European companies, this is what we say. I mean, we are supposed to develop, we are supposed to invest, and we are competing with people who are totally out of all these elements, out of these constraints. So what do you want? Then you're telling us that you are going to do an industrial deal. Okay, but at the same time, you keep putting constraints on companies. So I think at some point we are a little bit schizophrenic in Europe, doing one thing and the other, which are a little bit contrary.
Okay, Benjamin, before you respond to this, or we risk moving the other debate to one specific topic, and before I move to the audience, and then when you come back, you respond. Don't worry, Jean. I'm not asking you to answer all these questions to solve these problems.
I'm very happy.
There's a lot of people trying to do that. But I'm wondering, and coming back to the topic of our, closer topic to us, how can projects like these contribute to respond to some of these challenges? In practical terms, projects like ALBATTS, stuff like this, can it help somehow?
Mm-hmm. Yes, I think they can help for sure, and I think they are helping already. If we don't think about the policies, I think this is an important issue, because usually we work on the terrain. We know, if we see the education and training sector, we are at the last part of the value chain, because we need to have the inputs from the industry. So it doesn't matter if it's Chinese or German or French or whatever. The industry is in place, and the education and training sectors have to make a response to it, to the needs, have to qualify people, have to arrange the training materials, whatever that is needed for that industry to prosper. That's the response that the education and training system can have. And of course, projects like this gives a lot of help to the education and training providers that are on the terrain and sometimes don't know what to do. Well, I have now here a gigafactory, what can I do? It's really complicated for a school or a training provider to have an immediate response. So if you have projects like this, this can for sure help in developing this kind of local education and training industry.
I think you mentioned in the beginning of your presentation that collaboration was the key, and I think it's pretty clear from what has been said that that's one of the key points. Okay, let's move to the audience. And we had questions. We have one there and one back, and then we'll come here.
Hi, Thomas Fonseca from Aurora. I'm finding this conversation extremely interesting. I think there's a lot of connections even to the past presentation, as we're all trying to build a value chain You've talked about China, but I think it's also important to talk about the US. The IRA is also very targeting towards skills, and we're talking about skills, and that's competitive in itself. But to build a value chain, we have to start also from the beginning. And I'm thinking about the Critical Raw Materials Act that we have, which have very ambitious targets, but it has targets. Is there not also a risk of us losing our own raw materials that end up going abroad? Is there anything that Europe can do in regards to that? As we try to build our value chain, we're trying to bring more materials from abroad here, but what about the opposite? And this is a provocative question, but I think this is the type of challenges that we're facing today as we speak, as we compete for the raw materials to fill up this value chain.
Thank you. We have one just behind.
Yes, this question is more directed at Joao. So there are a lot of different languages, of course, and educational styles across Europe. So I just wanted to ask, how much of a challenge has it been to develop material that's sort of compatible across these languages and these educational styles? I know you brought up the importance of English in all this, which would lead to a more mobile and international sort of set of workers, but that also limits the pool of skilled workers that you're then working with.
Thank you. And over here.
I think that we talk about China and the lack of rules, the lack of, worries with how the workers deal with their own lives and so on. But I think that we don't look at China with what China has really to teach us. I was for 3 years in a lab where there were only Chinese and I learned a lot from that because they really are planning ahead. And this is what we should learn from China. It's not that they have raw materials and so on and so on. Yes, they have raw materials. We also have raw materials here that we can exploit in a environmentally friendly way. I saw a documentary from how they are exploiting copper, for example, here in the northern countries. And yes, okay, it's more expensive, but especially China is now building the best quantum computer in the world. They are putting their hands in the semiconductor industry, and of course, they are in the battery industry since a long time ago. And I think that what they are different from our side is that they plan with a lot of time, and they send people to learn. So we are talking about learning, right? So they send the right people to learn, and then they attract them back with grants, for example, of 5 million to start a lab. This is what I know. So this is the type of things we should learn about China. We should not be worried about China because we have heads, we have creativity. And if we plan ahead, and if we think about what we can be different, I think that we can be successful. And if we are worried about how they plan their lives and don't have rules, we will always be afraid. And I don't like Europe to be afraid, sorry.
And I think we'll take the last question, and then we'll do the last round of responses. There was one last question? Oh.
Yeah, I had a question actually for Miriam. So I'm going to say something a little bit provocative. We all remember Dieselgate, which had a very profound impact on the European automotive industry. Now, obviously, without wanting to condone what the vehicle manufacturers, not only Volkswagen, did in terms of emissions from diesel engines, one way of looking at it is that we set the bar too high or too low in terms of emissions, that even an incredibly strong European company like Volkswagen was unable to achieve that target. So getting back to what Miriam was saying about perhaps the need to review the ban on internal combustion engines by 2035, what would you suggest would be a good alternative so that we can still keep, let's say, the pressure to innovate on European industry, but without maybe falling into the same trap as what happened before? Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I think this closes the questions. Let's do a round. João, I'll start with you. That's the easy question. Compatible materials. And then we'll go over there and here. We have 10 minutes to close, so I'll ask you all to keep brief so that we finish on time and have lunch on time. João. The easy one.
It was a big challenge, definitely.
The easy one was a big challenge, I'm sorry.
When we have 11 countries working together, with all of them with different cultures, it's clearly a challenge. It's not difficult. It's a challenge to work with. But if you set the terrain, the basis, and there are European methodologies, and we made also a big research on the beginning of the project regarding the education systems, which led us into the specific types of deliverables that we should have regarding the education and training. And so what I usually say during our meetings also is that we are not developing in ALBATTS. We don't have that idea that we are developing the courses that will make the solution for Europe. No, forget that. We are giving some training materials that can be used and adapted for the local levels. I think that's the most important thing. So there is something that is usable. We know that some organizations in some countries are already using parts of the courses that were developed and integrated them in other training paths. But the idea is to use these materials, and these are available for the training education operators around Europe, to adapt them. It's not, don't look at them and, okay, this is the solution, that's what we have to do. No, look at them as available training sources that can be used and adapted for the local.
And if I can comment on in a way that responds to what was commented on the previous panel about, well, the competition between different companies. If there is something that is produced by someone else and can be shared, reduces that competition. So that might be interesting. But Benjamin, I'll ask you both to respond to these questions and to the pending issues that were raised during these last rounds of questions and conversations.
Actually, I first wanted to say that indeed there are a series of really serious challenges ahead of us when it comes to keeping a thriving industry in Europe, especially for energy-intensive industries. Now, I invite you to do an easy and quick exercise. All car manufacturers are listed companies. They have recently published their financial results for 2023, the consolidated ones. I invite you to go through them. And you will see that if you look at CEO bonuses, return on capital employed, dividends, most of them are doing extremely well in Europe nowadays, despite those challenges that are real. So I think that we have to be a bit nuanced when it comes to the industry in Europe being at risk of collapsing. Again, energy-intensive industries, that's another story. Why? Because I'm making the link. I think that one of the main challenges we have ahead of us is energy prices. It's true for electricity, it's true for gas. We have a price gap, a price difference with our main competitors, which is really important, 1 to 4 roughly, even though it's better than it used to be 2 years ago. And unfortunately, I think it's there to stay. I don't see how we could come closer to the US when it comes to the price of electricity or gas. My question to employers and business organizations that, of course, they had to be regulated. They oppose any kind of regulation that would impose rules on them most of the time, except if it's an empty shell. But do you really believe that reducing so-called red tape, streamlining reporting procedures, and so on and so forth, deregulating will fix the main challenges we had ahead of us in terms of, again, keeping the industry in Europe. We are not against streamlining reporting procedures. We are not against streamlining procedures when it makes sense in a proportionate way, if we can go to an online procedure to accelerate permitting procedures, if we can provide additional financial and human resources to the public administration entrusted with permitting procedures, fair enough. All those things matter. But at the end of the day, we also have to understand that sometimes if we insist on the importance of reporting procedures and monitoring the supply chain, it's first because it matters from a right and principles perspective. Indeed, there is forced labor in a series of supply chains, global supply chains, and we need to do something about it. But it also matters from an economic perspective. Just one example. In the rail supply industry, you might have seen that recently the Commission has, for the first time, launched an in-depth investigation against a Chinese company that was awarded a public procurement in Bulgaria for the supply of locomotives. The Chinese company submitted a bid 50% below the average bid of their main competitors, European companies. Why? Because it's a state-owned company, so a series of subsidies, but we also believe that in the assessment of this abnormally low bid, we have to look at the economic advantages related to forced labor and that kind of practices. So we do believe that providing much more clarity on global supply chain is also at the interest of the European industry. And by the way, US Inflation Reduction Act and China, I think that indeed it's important to be inspired by what is done abroad. I think that what is interesting in the Chinese model is the planification. We have to look at European ways of bringing public authorities back in our economic way of thinking. And as far as the US Inflation Reduction Act is concerned, I think that what is really interesting, and to make the link with the skills agenda, is that it's not only a big box to provide subsidies. It's also a strategy that smartly combines decarbonization, industrial strategy, and a social agenda, because you have a series of mechanisms that provide extra support for companies organizing quality apprenticeship. There is also a series of mechanisms that provide extra support for companies invested in regions impacted by disindustrialization. So better combining those different aspects is also something we can look at the IRA.
Thank you, Benjamin. Delphine, there's plenty.
What can I say?
I ask you to keep an eye on the clock because we want to be on schedule.
No, I think it's cliche to say that companies and employers are against regulation. I mean, honestly, read our positioning, and that's the only thing I can tell you. Read our positioning, and you will see that this is wrong. What we are calling for, it's better regulation and not deregulation. I think companies know that they need rules. But they need rules which are simple, efficient, and result-oriented. So indeed, if you talk about reporting, I mean, reporting for the sake of reporting, for us, it's nonsense. Honestly, it's nonsense. Companies are not there, it is not their aim to report and report and report, and double report and triple report, honestly. Let's be serious 2 minutes. So I think that on this point we do disagree, but I think that if you ask us what we are looking for, it's regulation that has a purpose, with provisions that are applicable. And I think that if you look at all the regulations that have been adopted over the last mandate, a few could have been avoided and could be looked at very seriously. But, I mean, I don't think we need to open this debate here. I think that to come back on the Green Deal, the transition, and what we will need to succeed, the topic of skills, we said, is very important. And I think that because this is the reason why we are here today, If we want to be successful, I think we need to continue the good cooperation. We will never succeed one organization alone. We have to work together, the social partners, even if we disagree on this one, but on the topic of skills, we work together. Sorry?
Not that much.
Not that much. a little. But on the topic of skills, I mean, we don't disagree. We agree quite a lot. And I think that where things happen, which is on the ground, basically at company level and at local level, also at member state level, I think that this is where the concrete things take place. And we saw all the work that has been done. Now we have to deliver, implement, for the battery value chain, but I mean, I think that for the entire automotive, we have to see maybe how we can multiply this, if there is a multiple effect. I mean, I don't know. I mean, we can have this discussion maybe, Jakob, after, and see how we can use this for further subsectors of the automotive industry. I mean, I would be happy to continue this conversation outside this event. I think there are a lot of good elements that are probably interesting for other skills discussion that we can have. So I think that the cooperation is probably the key word that I would keep of this discussion today.
Thank you very much. And now, Miriam, to wrap up, let's have like 3 minutes extra time so that you have time to respond and bring you back to the questions that were raised from the audience. Do we learn from, is it planning that we learn from China? How do you review the ban? And do we need to consider about what we do with the critical raw materials that are in Europe so that they don't go to feed the industries elsewhere? And to finalize, and then we'll go to lunch, but I'll tell you about it.
Thank you very much. I will try to be brief. I start with the critical raw materials, where the legislation is set in such a way that we will actually, as a result, decrease our dependency from China and increase the production and processing in Europe or in countries which are our partners. So obviously this should come into our industry because that should lower the dependency from China. That's the aim. Of course, we know that the free market is operating in such a way that we'll have to keep our eye on the fact that yes, the critical raw materials produced and processed through, as a result of this act and as a result of our investment, because this will also cost money, it's not happening like that, will not end up elsewhere and feed the industry as well. But that's a good question. When it comes to China, yes, of course, I mean, long-term planning is issue we definitely need to learn, because unfortunately I see in Europe that we do a decision and then we already realize the disadvantages of the decision and we are thinking, shall we revise the decision or shall we quickly do steps which we should have done already decades before, and this is the ongoing problem of the European Union. But as a person born in a totalitarian Slovakia or then Czechoslovakia, I can tell you that for a totalitarian regime it's far easier to do long-term planning because you practically organize also the private sector, which is not private, in order to feed everything into the aim. But that's why we have to be clever, because we do know what are the long-term aims of China, and we need to reverse and have in view these long-term planning and aims of China when we do our decisions, because in that case our decisions will be proper and will be better and will not distract our industry, for example, because of our green goals, which are also very, very fine, but we need to put them together and we need to put all the goals into the strategy and not to kind of make decisions which kind of aim a goal, but then we do the strategy afterwards. And this is maybe the also answer to the ban of the combustion engines, where I believe that we should, of course, we are not able to completely cancel this decision, but we can postpone it, and in the meanwhile, invest in research and development, because we know that this is the answer. We practically, by this ban, we made a decision what kind of batteries and how the car industry is going to be run, because we didn't give the space for research and development. Now we know the lithium batteries are maybe not the future, but we helped Chinese to invest and push our industry into going the way of lithium batteries, and maybe there are other solutions. I mean, we also know that diesel cars or diesel motors, I mean, the research at the end of, I mean, when we already made a decision that there will be ban, that we saw research which coming that with the new investments and with the new research and development in this kind of motors, actually we have green results, but we already pushed it away. So my solution is we need to give the researchers the kind of more space on that they hold the hand on the decisions, because otherwise if the politicians are making the decision what is the result and what is the cheapest and greenest and more prosperous result, then it's not the right way.
Thank you so much. Thank you all for this. This was a very interesting debate and quite broad. The good news is that, well, the other good news, I'm sorry. But the other good news is that we have lunch. You can have lunch with us. That's good news. And we'll meet back in an hour at 1:40. But before that, let me please thank the team back there, the technical team that is making sure that this is working, and also Francisco and Leandro that are making sure that you can ask your questions. Thank you, guys.
Okay, good afternoon, everybody. Now it's a tough part after the lunch, so I hope that all of you had a great lunch, and now you are ready for the afternoon session. And we are starting with a keynote speech, and the keynote speech will show how ALBATTS is also connected to the different other initiatives, and how this is the important part of its sustainability, of the idea of the ALBATTS project and its results. And we will hear more from Martin Hutero, representing the Namur University and BatFactory project. Sorry for my pronunciation. Martin, where are you? Great, so let's welcome Martin. And Martin is a postdoctoral researcher in the group of Professor John Oliver at the University of Namur. He is currently involved in the BatFactory project, and he will tell us a little bit more about it. And he will tell us how these universities and research institutes in the Wallonia region of Belgium develop state-of-the-art batteries using the more environmental friendly resources and processes. So we are very thrilled to learn more. Prepare some questions then, and let's start the afternoon session. Thank you very much, Martin, and floor is yours.
Okay, first, how do I use this?
This big one.
Okay. Okay. Right. So, my name is Martin Hutero, and I'm excited to have been invited by ALBATTS to present to you today the BatFactory project taking part in the south of Belgium today. And so I thought I would start by giving some context behind this project. And indeed, actually, Konrad's talk earlier kind of sets the scene for why this project is taking place to start with. So Europe is facing a number of challenges related to the energy transition away from fossil fuel energies. There's, of course, a growing need to decarbonize the transport sector, but also we are incorporating an increasing proportion of intermittent power sources like solar and wind into the power generation mix. And factors like these are driving a strong growth in the demand for lithium-ion batteries, not just in Europe, in fact, but all over the world, as you can see in the first chart here there. But the problem, of course, is Europe is not capturing enough of that market share. It's currently lagging far behind, notably China and other battery-producing countries in Southeast Asia. That's the second chart you see there. And in fact, you can sort of see also the hockey stick effect that Konrad was talking about earlier in these charts. In parallel to this, there's a second issue when it comes to lithium-ion batteries. And of course, we need to take into account all the greenhouse gas emissions that are related to the extraction of raw materials, their processing, and the assembly into batteries as well. And this sort of concern has been looked at more and more recently in Europe, notably with directives in 2006 and more recently in 2023, related to notably circularity, recycling, etc. And so there's a need to look from an environmental side as well to the production and recycling of lithium-ion batteries. And so that's the BatFactory project in a nutshell. It's a response to these challenges being faced by Europe. we want to stimulate the development of production and processing capacity for environmentally responsible lithium-ion batteries in the Walloon and surrounding regions, with a focus specifically on batteries with applications for stationary storage, for example, grid storage. And so there's four sort of main parts to this project. Firstly, there's a focus on materials and processes and trying to make materials choices that will be environmentally friendly, but also optimizing processes to reduce emissions along the way. There's a second phase related to the assembly of electrodes and battery packs, pouch cells, etc., and in trying to increase production of certain processes to more industrial quantities. There's a third phase related to control systems and prototyping and trying to assemble batteries for stationary storage that are smarter and more well-connected. Typically today, for grid storage, they are what one might describe as dumb batteries. They don't have a lot of sensors or useful auxiliary systems to monitor them. And finally, there's a fourth part involving characterization and certification. So studying these batteries while in operation to track their degradation, their performance, etc., with a view towards certifying them. So in terms of these four phases, there's a number of key steps that we plan to work on within this project, starting with, of course, the materials. We want to make these batteries as environmentally responsible as possible, and so there's a number of choices we can already make when selecting materials to try and avoid those that will lead to emissions or pollutants being involved in the supply chain. For example, trying to remove organic solvents, which tend to be flammable or toxic, or both, cutting them out at the root in that way. There's a lot of work that needs to go into functionalization of these raw materials into active materials. For example, turning them into powder forms, thin films, etc., to get essentially better performance without increasing the quantity of materials that you need. Alongside that, there's a need to develop testing architectures such that these new materials and processes, they can be tested on semi-industrial scales by research and industrial partners so that the selection of materials can be validated in that way. When it comes to processes, there's a lot of work that needs to be done here in terms of optimization. So notably, I mentioned we want to get rid of organic solvents as much as possible, and where possible use dry processes or use water, both of which will be more environmentally friendly. But also, in a number of cases, we have processes that work very well in the laboratory and that are very green, but they're difficult to use for industrial quantities. And if you want to be able to use them for the industrial production of batteries, then there needs to be some work that goes into developing these processes for scaling up. When it comes to the prototyping and control systems for these batteries, as I mentioned earlier, there's a need for smarter batteries for grid storage. Notably, connectivity is an important point. If you can connect these batteries somehow with Bluetooth or the cellular network, then you can track their performance, track their degradation in real time remotely without a need to be directly connected. Alongside this, it's important to develop pilot lines for these sorts of battery systems to show industrial and research partners that this is the technology being used is feasible, and for them to, again, test out on industrial scales. And finally, in terms of characterization and certification, there's some steps we need to take with regards to the acquisition of state-of-the-art materials so that we can do cutting-edge science, notably solid-state in-situ NMR, to study these batteries while they're operating, to really track with an unprecedented level of detail how they work and how they degrade over time. Very importantly as well, what we need to do is carry out life cycle analysis on these batteries, starting from the extraction of raw materials all the way to the end-of-life recycling, so that we can get a more global picture of the environmental credentials and the financial viability of these sorts of products. So I want to spend a couple minutes just talking about the technological readiness levels that we think are represented within this project. So starting with the materials, we are using known chemistry. To link back to what Elena said earlier about the near future and the far future of battery chemistry, we're working with the near future. That is, we're trying to take known chemistry that has been proven to work, and we are optimizing it to try and increase the environmental friendliness of these products. So we're a level sort of around 2. Once we move into the assembly of electrodes and pouch cells, we're now making parts of a battery that function, that work. So at this point, we're already starting to move ahead with a proof of concept. Then once we're moving on to the battery control and prototyping, we are starting to validate this technology. We have we have a system, we have a piece of machinery that works in the lab and that we can test and use. And then finally, with characterization and certification, what we're really doing is we're using these batteries and studying them while in use. We're starting to move towards validation in a relevant environment. And so part of what we want to do with this project is accelerate industrial partners through these steps 2 to 5, and thereby de-risk, in part, their potential participation and entry into activities related to the manufacture and processing of battery materials. So I'm going to take the time just to show off some of the science that we'll be working on with this very simple schema of a battery, similar to something we've probably all seen before. So we have 2 electrodes, an anode and a cathode. We have some stuff in between, which I'll call the electrolyte, which the lithium ions move through. And then that's connected to some sort of stationary external load, like a house, for example. And with each element of this battery, there's already work you can do to increase the environmental friendliness of your end product. So notably, what's called the active material part of the electrode, you can use recycled material to try and manufacture that. If you're working with graphite anodes, for example, you can use recycled wood or discarded tires. It's particularly relevant, for example, when you consider what Conrad said earlier about the potential graphite ban from China. This is resources that we have within Europe that we'll be able to use for the production of these anodes. Another important point is we want to work as much as possible with materials that are water resistant. Why? There's moisture in the air, and once moisture gets into a battery, it will start degrading various elements, and your performance is going to suffer over time. Your battery is not going to last as long. So if we can work as much as possible with water-stable materials, we'll have a more robust battery going down the line. You can make the same argument about the electrolyte and the lithium salt contained inside. If you can make it water-stable, your battery is going to last longer. A nice bonus is that if they're water-stable, you can probably make them with a process that uses water rather than an organic solvent. So you're removing even more pollutants from the supply chain by doing that. Another thing is typically this active material that's part of the electrode is stuck to what's called the current collector, which is essentially a bit of metal that collects the electricity being made by the electrode. They're glued together using toxic binders. And that poses problems when you consider the end-of-life recycling of batteries. You need to take additional measures. That costs extra money. That makes it more difficult to recycle. So we want to replace these non-toxic binders with toxic binders with non-toxic binders. As I mentioned earlier, we are also going to work on these battery monitoring systems. And while these are relatively common today, with regards to stationary applications specifically, they typically only have a couple sensors, maybe temperature and state of charge or something. We want to really make them smart, increase the number of sensors, make them connected so that you can really see the performance in real time and optimize the performance. And finally, in terms of reducing waste, making these current collectors, for which the only purpose is collecting electricity, essentially, as thin as possible via roll-to-roll processes. So why is Wallonia, I think, a good place to carry out a project like this? Well, to begin with, there's 5 research universities with groups that are active in all sorts of materials research relevant to batteries and lithium-ion batteries. Added to that, there's 3 research institutes which offer complementary expertise in that regard. And all these institutions have already been working together for a few years as a result of previous strategic initiatives by the Walloon region, notably CETWA and Win4C, which are related to renewable energy and the circularity of materials. So what we're working with here is a research network that is already established. There's partnerships that already exist between all the different research groups, and so we're starting from a strong base. finally, I want to talk about the industrial partners with this project. At this stage, they are participating only as part of the steering committee for the project. They are orienting our research. But within Wallonia and surrounding regions, as you can see with this schema on the screen, there's a large number of companies with activities related to or directly involved in various stages of battery production, all the way from raw materials down to the recycling. And so we feel that there's a real potential here with this project to develop value across the whole production chain from raw materials to recycling and second life. And indeed, while these companies all have activities related to or close to work on batteries, you might recall from the slides Anders presented this morning, there's kind of a hole in terms of capabilities related to batteries roundabout where Wallonia is in Europe, and that's the sort of hole we hope to plug in with this project and the participation from our industrial partners. So that concludes my talk on the project. I just want to point out Professor Baolian Su on the screen there is the project director who couldn't be here today, and Dr. Laboureur is his assistant, and I'm sure they would be very happy to answer any technical, scientific, or other questions you might have. And of course, I'll be happy to take any questions as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Martin, for a very nice presentation of your project and the possibilities that you are doing there from the research perspective. Do we have any immediate questions? Helena, I was expecting that.
Very interesting, your presentation, and thank you for that. So I saw that you start very early in the TRL. So is the first stages are also industrial driven, or they are from the research groups driven?
So at this point, it's driven by the research groups, but we are very mindful that throughout all of this, we need to keep in mind that if we want to stimulate this industrial participation and the development of capacity for production and processing, then we need to keep potential industrial partners in mind very early on. And so that's why parts of the project involve the development of production, pilot production lines, specifically for partners to be able to test these, I call them new materials and processes. They're not really new per se, they're different in a sense. They are optimized for environmental friendliness, so they're able to test them at scale early on in this project, that they're able to give their input, and that by the end of this project, even though it is primarily a research project, we'll have had ample collaboration with industrial partners.
We have another question there behind Utimia.
Hi, Cornelius Hermeling from the European Commission. And could you just elaborate on your point on graphite? So, of course, my eyes grew when you said that we don't need to use the active materials imported from China for this. But I didn't catch fully the point. So is this only usable for BSS or also for EV batteries?
So the focus of this project is purely for stationary storage. We feel that the sorts of expertise we have across these 5 universities and 3 research institutes aligns better with applications for stationary storage. Of course, if you want to do storage versus mobility, there are different elements of a battery and different types of chemistry you have to focus on. In our case, storage.
And if I may, Martin, maybe a technical question about these battery management systems that you said there, that it has a couple of sensors. And are you considering, or consider me as not an expert in this area, but are you considering to take example from the automotive battery applications, where are quite advanced battery management systems with a lot of sensors, with temperature, current, and others, to reuse this pattern to the stationary? Or
I can't say with full certainty, since that's not my area of expertise, but I believe the research group working in the University of Brussels, the ULB, is specialized in that sort of field. And I think, amongst other things, there's plans to use optic fiber sensors to capture all sorts of information. I think what we want is certainly, at least in the prototyping stage, get a very complete picture of the battery and the different attributes you need to track while it's working. And then later down the line for applications, keep in mind this need to have connected smart systems, again, so that you can optimize performance, you can track degradation, you know when you need to replace various elements, etc.
Thank you very much. I saw that Zhao is already taking pictures because we have battery management system as one of our training courses in the learning platform. So maybe he will contact you to have the latest information there from your research project. Do we have any? Oh, Timia there.
Yes. Just one last question, Martin. I understand this is a very important project for the Wallonia region. And within a strategy that was designed, I suppose. This team has quite a number of researchers and different institutions. Can you tell us if there are other corporations also, I mean, in other geographies or geometries, either at national level or international level, or do you plan to do further research in these areas? Anything that you can unveil, if that's possible?
Oof. I suspect Professor Su would be better placed to answer this than I am. At this stage, I believe that the collaboration is going to remain within the Walloon region. But I suspect that wherever there's an opportunity for collaboration and to share our findings, that we'll be perfectly happy to do so.
Yeah, thank you, because indeed the areas you're covering are quite relevant for the future development in this domain. Thank you very much.
Yeah, do we have any final question from the audience? If not, I will again take the opportunity to have the final question as the moderator. And having in mind that, yeah, Kari, okay, please.
Quick question. My name is Kari Valkama, I'm from Merinova, from Finland. Just came to my mind that regarding all this development with artificial intelligence, do you consider any kind of application of AI in order to optimize things, for example, with the battery management systems?
It's a good question, actually, because yes, one of the research institutes participating in this project, Scenario, the last one on the right there, their area of expertise is management and machine learning, and part of the work they'll be doing is trying to leverage that in order to optimize the control systems for these batteries, specifically for performance.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much, Martin. Thank you very much, everyone, for the questions. Once again, big round of applause. And Henrik, floor is yours.
Thank you, Jakob. You didn't run this time. You didn't show the muscle. Okay, let's move on to the next panel. And I'm calling, just give me a second. You did run, you see. Okay, I'm calling the rest of the panel. Marek, I'm calling Marek Spanik, Christine Schmit, Jarno Pointinen, and Emmanuel Leroy. I did all my best on accents and names on the name of the first city, so I will make a lot of mistakes from now on. You will have to forgive me, all the effort was put there. Just briefly introduce you to the panel. We're running a little bit late, but we have the coffee break, so we can use the coffee break if we need to make sure that we don't miss the opportunity of this discussion. And we always hear about best practices. That's one of the key topics on any project, and how do we share. So let's start with some best practices that we have. We have Marek Spanik, project manager and researcher at the Technical University of Ostrava, one of the key partners of the project. Mark, let's start with you.
Thank you very much. So, as introduced, Marek Spanik from Technical University of Ostrava, also part of the ASA, and I will show you, if it's the green button, how we anticipated the skills needs mainly in the ALBATTS project, because you've heard today about the training, about the skills cards, but you might be asking, where does it come from? Yeah, so I want to tell you how we did it continuously for 4 years, the gathering of skills intelligence. As you can see on the slide, we covered within the skills intelligence with the anticipation, the whole value chain, so from raw materials to recycling basically. And I want to show you the example how we did it, how it may look, and then the implications on the training which we developed and so on. This is not only the skills intelligence in terms of which skills are needed, which knowledge, which training needs to be developed, but above that we also developed skills agenda and strategy, which we called, or sectoral skills strategy. And we recommended, let's say, on these 6 areas, on the skills concept, training, collaboration, which was also mentioned, a recommendation for certain target groups. So that's also addition which might be implemented to help the reskilling and upskilling in the sector. And to show you, we selected the example of sales production and sales production maintenance. And here we always look deeper in what are the processes in that particular value chain. What does it really mean? And you can see here, for example, apart from the manufacturing technology, automation, and so on, a lot of the concepts which were mentioned, we also have the English, for example, which we found out, and it was also mentioned, and the course was developed for that. Yeah, and we then took those needs. We based the research on the screening of the job advertisements, on the survey, multiple webinars, which you might see on the screens running around, to gather what industry, what the stakeholders need. And of course, we differentiate between white collars, blue collars, and you might see what I mentioned, a lot of needs. And then we try to quantify that. Yeah, so meaning we took a look at the white collars. So you might see that a production engineer, for example, mechanical aspects, electronic aspects, and so on, and also blue collars. So you have technicians, operators, and more. Yeah, and then when you take all of these job roles, which are basically labels in a way, we took a look what skills they need. Yeah, so we analyzed the needed skills in terms of sector specific, so battery related. You might see different colors, so that it was confirmed from multiple sources or through webinars, survey, and so on. So here you might have the chemistry, cell design. A lot of it was already presented by different speakers in a way. So that was the sector specific, and then we had something which is more cross-sectoral. You might find it in different productions, not only in batteries. And here you might see, for example, the process engineering, which was mentioned previously, safety. Then I think Martin mentioned that they need production engineers or production engineering. It also is here appearing. So we've, for all of the value chain steps, as you have seen, we have done this kind of analysis. And this was then used to develop the training, to discuss and see really what do the employees need. And the training was developed, which was presented by João. And also this was the basis for the skills cards, which were also presented by João, but this is to give you the basis from where it basically comes. And that's, from my point of view, my presentation here today, so thank you. I'm looking forward to discussions with the colleagues, because they also used the findings, and we will be interested to see how in detail. Yeah. So, thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Marek. Thank you. Christine Schmit, you come from the Institute for Corporate Education Research. I translated into English to make it easier and make sure that everybody who doesn't speak German like I do understands it. Can you tell us a little bit about the issue that we're talking here? How does it meet with what Marek was saying?
Yes, it's so. First of all, I'm very thankful that you have done all this great work, and we could use the results afterwards in Germany. So we have a project. It is here. There's a name. So we try to build up the expertise in battery cell production, also like you did before. And we have a consortium of 8 partners, 2 in the field of vocational education and training research. So it's IBBF, which I'm representing. FTP is a research institute for on the rooftop of the big union collaboration. Then we have from economy side 2 clusters, representing about 15,000 different enterprises, so cluster of energy technology and the cluster of traffic mobility and logistics. And on the technical research side, 4 different institutes, 2 from the Technical University of Berlin and 2 from the Brandenburg Technical University of Cottbus and Senftenberg. So, and why are we able to do so? Not just because we have all the wonderful ALBATTS results, we also have the funding of the Federal Ministry of Economy and Climate Protection in Germany, and we are one of 6 out of 6 projects doing so. The most of them are in the southwest of Germany, just 1 in the north and 2 in the middle, and Combi, which is the title of our project, is here represented by light blue dots in the eastern part. We're doing more or less the same like you did before, so try to address the whole value, but we think in circles, so value circles, so from the design, the circular design, and the raw material extraction, and so on, like you did before. And started with an analyze like everyone here. So, and this is the picture of the qualification providers in Germany. Most of them close to the industries in the southwest, but we have also some in the capital region of Germany, and yeah, up to the north there are also some providers. So. Our approaches are not just analyzes, but we start with this. So thanks to you guys from ALBATTS, we had this wonderful skill cards. Also, they were very, very, very helpful in the interviews with the companies. Very great, so very good job. And then the R&D analysis done by our university partners, VET analysis too, because like you did before, we also created a matrix, and we are now at this point that we started with curricula and concepts development, and for the target groups like employees, CEOs, teachers and trainers to do qualifications for them. So just 3 small and fast pictures out of our analysis. So we have a lot of qualification offers in the field of application, but not many in the other fields. That's quite clear. And when we look at the capital region and target group of CEOs, it's the same. That's and the full picture shows us here in the blue line the expertise of our universities and other research institutes and their engagement, of course, in the application field, but also for circular design, which is very, very great, and integration and production. Not so much on a second life view in the recycling field. And in the orange line, we have what the company is focusing, and in the gray, or it's more brown here, what they do, what they are doing today. So their present engagement. So this is the situation that we found out, and we are now starting with the offerings from our side for qualifications, and have to focus next year on second life and recycling. And then we want to switch to design and raw material extraction, and also achieving to constantly updating all the qualification offers. And of course, till we try to reach everything of the value circles till the end of 2027. Based on ALBATTS, but also we have the other projects, so there is an ongoing exchange among them, and especially with our associated partners, educational organizations, research organizations, and the companies. We have 21 associated partners in this field. So like Tesla or BASF and Microvast and so on. So, but why I'm here? Because we want to say thank you again. So in the first time that you started in 2019, we took part in the webinars, learned a lot from that. And so we can build up our project on this basis, and had also Lukas Vollbrecht as an excellent input in our kickoff in last year. And we integrate your qualification offers, your courses into ours. So, and provide it among all the other projects in Germany. And luckily me, I can't take part in the teacher forum in the north, so I'm very happy about it. And this is one excellent and very, very important topic. That you created this forum is essential for future developments, and that shall be supported much more. So from our side, it's very, very important. Oh, it's not seen, but okay. It's not on the screen, but it's here. So we translated all the materials into German. We'll deliver it back to, if you would like to have it on your platform. And we are going also to share our results with you. Have you in our minds when we're creating events and so on, invite you to these events. And one last point is I'm not coordinating just Combi, I also coordinated an AI project, not about machine learning, but how to support individual learning. And maybe this is also interesting. Thank you very much. We are on the internet like all the others. Thank you so much.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you, Christine. I think I can say on behalf of all the ALBATTS team that it's really rewarding to hear that it was useful. I mean, it's good to do the project, but it's very rewarding to hear that. And thank you. Well, Jarno Pontinen, you're Chief Technologist at the Finnish National Agency for Education. And, well, we'll keep on the same topic.
Yes. Good afternoon, everybody. It's nice to be here. I was just trying to... Oh, works. I don't know, should I stand or sit down? I don't know.
How you prefer.
Okay. Well, so my name is Jarno Pontinen. I'm Chief Technologist from Finnish National Agency for Education, Vocational Education and Training. I'm going to make a presentation of our one case. We made one optional unit to our vocational education system, and I'm going to tell you about this process and how it went and why we did what we did. Basic things about Finnish education system. We have 3 levels in our vocational education. We have vocational qualification, further vocational qualification, and specialist. It means basically vocational is basic, further is pro, the specialist is expert. We have all of our competence areas and qualification titles in our vocational qualifications. Our qualification requirements, the units are compulsory units, optional units, and common units. But we don't talk about that more specific anymore. But here, I want to show you, does this work?
Yeah.
Here, yeah. I'll show you that we have a lot of optional vocational units that give us a freedom to do different kind of quick transformations if there are some changes in industry. So we can do a lot of different kind of things. We have a very special vocational optional unit called based on local competence requirements. So every vocational college has a possibility to make their own optional unit for their vocational requirements. I don't know, is it possible in every country to do that, but we have this kind of optional unit, and it's very popular, and we'll talk about more about that. I took some examples for our vocational education and training. Here are some units that I found about battery industry that I think that there are part of that. I took, maybe these are the skill cards. We have, the green ones are the units that we have at this moment. Like there is a repair work for the vehicle high voltage system. It's 15 competence points. We use competence points. And every unit is a work process that starts somewhere and ends somewhere. And it should be that kind of a unit that you can demonstrate it in real company, real work, real process. You can't show it in the school. You have to go and demonstrate that in the real working life. So a lot of our education is work-based. We study in workplaces. And here are the new things that I was talking about today. We have a new optional unit called Working in the Battery Industry. It will be valid in August 2024. And it will be in 2 vocational qualifications, process industry and mechanical engineering and production technology. When it will be valid in August, then it can be chosen to any vocational qualifications. If you are an electrician, you can choose this unit. If you are car repair, you can choose this. And other unit also was the working in industrial assembly tasks. That's the new unit that I made for vocational qualification of mechanical engineering and production technology. When we do these units that are work processes, we don't think only metal industry or rubber industry. Those are in this vocation, this mechanical engineer. There's a rubber industry and metal industry and plastic. We don't think only one area. When we make a assembly tasks unit, assembly work, it can be electronical, mechanical, electricity. It's some kind of assembly work in the industry or in factory. So, this is also a unit that you can take in any vocational qualification. If you are an electrician, you can take this from this metal, our mechanical engineer and production technology qualification. I hate our system in English. This is much more easier. I'm always going to talk about degree. No. Well, this is the process that we did. Actually, this working in battery industry optional unit, I sent an email to Katarina Sandberg. I checked my emails. I sent you an email in December 2022. Yeah, December. Oh, sorry, yeah, I phoned you. She's so busy that I couldn't reach her. So I sent her email to Katarina. And our vision when we were renewing these 2 vocational qualifications, that when we do at the same time 2 industrial qualifications, vocational qualifications, then we have to look if we have a similar tasks, similar competencies. We don't do 1 unit for this vocational education and 1 unit here. We do 1 that can use in a lot of degrees, vocational qualifications. And there was a lot of talk about in Finland about battery industry, and our government has a battery industry strategy. But when I read the strategy, there's not a lot about competencies in vocational education, in those kind of reports. So I was going to, I need the information. I can't write and make an optional unit of vocational education if I don't know what the work process is and what kind of tasks there are. So I used the only information that I know, and what was Google. Battery industry in Finland, and so on. And then I got the ALBATTS project and contacted Katarina. So I watched my emails. We started on December and we finished on January, February, March. So 4 months and this thing was ready. It was kind of easy because I look out those skill cards. A lot of those requirements and competencies we already have in our educational system. There was only some sort of specifics that we have to look and maybe increase there, but we had a lot of those already in there. So we renewed those vocational qualifications and we made this one optional unit called Working in the Battery Industry. Our process is much more difficult than it seems in here. It's not that simple, that just consultation round and then everything is ready. No, it's not. But we can't do any kind of optional units or anything if we don't make a consultation round for companies, working life, vocational education providers, teachers, workers, students. We have to ask everybody's opinion. It would be nice if I could just make mine, but it's not possible. And it's nice that everybody can tell what they think. Now I will remind you that this is not an official translation because we don't translate anymore our vocational optional units to English. We used to have Finnish, Swedish and English. All our vocational qualifications were translated for 3 languages, but not anymore. So this translation is made with Word, Microsoft Word, so it's quite interesting. But there are some things that I have to point out. We have a vocational competence requirements, preparing for work, what student must know. There's like, can behave and be a member of work community. This is what our companies in Finland wanted. They must know how to behave. They can work in a multicultural and international working environment. Understand written and oral instruction in English. It is our requirement at the moment. And the most important thing here is students demonstrate their competence in practical tasks in operating environment of battery industry. There's no other way. You have to show what you know. You can't study this optional unit if you don't have a workplace that involves battery industry. So here is in our system we have to have a lot of cooperation between companies and education providers. And a little bit more of flexibility in vocational qualification. I was talking about the unit based on local competence requirements. Why did I bring this up? Because VET providers can create a local optional unit or units for tasks of battery industry, for example. In Vaasa, there's a battery industry. So they can use that new optional unit working in the battery industry and they can make another one. We encourage our vocational providers to make these local competence requirements units because we have a lot of optional units and we think that, or I know that there is every work process that I know, but no, there's not. So I ask our VET providers that, have you got any good local optional units that I can make and make international? This is one way to how we can develop our vocational qualifications. And I take this another example. In our system, when you study vocational qualifications, you can take higher education studies. You can, for example, take study courses of battery industry in University of Applied Sciences. And we recommend these kind of studies for students who are going to be engineers or, for example, you're an electrician, you are going to study to be an electrician, and you know you are going to go to University of Applied Sciences. So when you are in vocational qualification, you can already start studying higher education studies. But I took this because we have already, there are a lot of courses about battery industry in University of Applied Sciences. So our vocational students are already studying them, those. What we are going to do in the future, we are going to renew our further vocational qualifications in process industry and production technology. Especially the process industry, I think, is very important to battery industry, to making battery. And there will be new optional units for tasks of battery industry and involves those skill cards and technicians. But we made a decision that those technician level studies will be further vocational qualification in our system. And what is also important to remember when we're talking about battery industry, and in Finland we need, the estimate is about, we need 6,000 battery industry workers. That's the estimation. So, okay, there will be a lot of factories, but also the very important thing is maintenance. The technology industry was very concerned that do we have enough people to maintenance tasks, electricians, mechanical fitters. So I made a solution for that. I made a flexible combination. In our vocational qualification in mechanical engineering and production technology, for example, mechanical fitter and electrical engineering and automation technology, electrician, you can combine those in our system. Normally it takes 3 years to study both mechanical fitter, 2 to 3 years, electrician, normally 3 years. But now there is optional units that can be chosen to each other, so it can be done in 3.5. And this is what the industry needs, so we did it. Thank you for listening.
Thank you very much.
And thanks to skill cards.
Thank you very much. You heard in the morning when it was mentioned the story of Vercors, you heard about Dunkirk. But we have more about that with Emmanuel. Emmanuel, that's not only the story of Vercors, there's more to Dunkirk and more jobs in this area.
Yeah, I have heard of. That's where I'm very many things to embrace in Dunkirk. So I'm Emmanuel. I'm from the Greater Urban Council in Dunkirk, and I really want to thank you for inviting me, and special thanks to Anders and to Timia, because some months ago we've been heard that we will have to welcome a second gigafactory in Dunkirk. It is from Taiwan, and it was about to bring more than 3,000 new jobs in Dunkirk. So we were a little bit upset with that, and so we have been looking for other territories which had to face such challenges also. And so we entered in contact with Anders, and then he introduced us to ALBATTS projects. And we are very grateful to you, because what we are facing in Dunkirk is very important. And what I want to share with you today is the territorial and local point of view of this battery revolution, which is happening now in Europe. And so just to remind you, Dunkirk, it's a French city, northern France, and we are only 2 hours from here, from Brussels. And we are a manufacturing territory with a steel industry, steel industry and harbor industry, food industry, chemics industry. We are a territory on the French Flanders and the southern part of the North Sea. And we are only 200,000 inhabitants. We have 500 industrial plants on the territory. And these 500 plants are now emitting 21% of industrial greenhouse gas. So this is a small territory with a strong impact on climate, and also it's very challenging for climate change projects for us. So in 2019, we entered into a big transformation project in the territory. So the Greater Urban District of Dunkirk, also with industries. And we entered into a decarbonized project, the Decarbonisation project. And we are aiming at carbon neutrality in 2050. And so to enter in this project, we have many projects to develop. You can see here how we will manage it with circular economy, energy sobriety, CO2 capture and recovery, green hydrogen production, energy production and storage, and decarbonized mobility. We are already the first European city with big transport mobility decarbonization. And so we aspire to become the leader in industrial decarbonization, hydrogen production, and CO2 production. And so this is a map of all the projects. I won't enter into details, just to tell you that this is a collective project in which we have all plants, we have the collectivity, the municipality, we have training centers, we have the university which are involved in this project. And so Dunkirk has become very, very attractive for settlements of companies. It is a map of some of the projects which are being implemented in Dunkirk. We have a nuclear plant project, second generation of nuclear plant project. We have wind farm production. We have solar energy. We have decarbonization also of the steel industry, for example. And what is new is that we have 6 major projects on the battery value chain. And so I said we are capital of the new European battery valley. I don't know whether it's true or not, but what you can see on the map is what's happening on our territory is very huge, because we have more than 8.5 billion euros invested, public and private investment on the territory. And so there are 6 projects in Dunkirk, but 100 kilometers from Dunkirk, there are 2 others gigafactories on the northern region, Hauts-de-France. And so we have all the global battery value chain from the raw materials, processed materials, to the reuse and recycling projects, and with 2 gigafactories with cell production, module production, and assembly. And so what we are to face, and it is a territorial point of view, and that I told you we are only 200,000 inhabitants. And all these projects, decarbonization, battery project, we are expecting more than 22,000 new jobs in less than 10 years. So you can imagine the panic we are. And because the announcement of the Vercors settlement in Dunkirk was published in February 2022 with 1,200 jobs. 1 year later, we had been learned that there will be prologium with 3,000 new jobs. And then every year, we are facing new announcements, new settlements, which are very good news for us. We have, for example, Vercors. Gilles explained us. It's a French project, startup project, which aims to be the French or European leader for the low carbon battery. And we also, for example, have Taiwanese prologium, which is a project supported by the French government and also Taiwanese government. It will be the first Taiwanese plant outside Taiwan, and aim at producing a solid-state battery and it's the 6th generation. So I agree with Elena when she said that we have a lot to learn from Asian people, and it's very, very, very challenging to us, and I really agree with what she said. And so we have all these projects, 22,000 direct permanent job announced. Then we have all the indirect jobs on civil engineering, for example, construction and so on. And for the battery value chain, it will be 6,000 direct permanent jobs. So, and we were already on short-term challenges since Vercor is already hiring and Prologium will be higher next year. And I told you, Dunkirk, as a city from northern France, is a manufacturing city, mainly, with steel industry, food industry, chemics industry, ports, and so on. And we are also now facing a new job market, with a job market with high qualification jobs and a high skill. And so we are facing a very challenging project, which is to train on the territory the higher qualified people. And our strategy now is based on a three-stage rocket. Most of people told it earlier, but we know that we will have a first plug-and-play strategy, which is to hire people from abroad with experts with high levels of qualifications. They mainly come from Asia or America. The second is to train people on short-term qualification. I think that everyone spoke about it earlier. People who are already trained, who are already skilled with industrial qualification, but that we need to lead to the battery specifications. So it will be most of short-term qualifications, certifications. And then another strategy, it's very important to us, is the long-term process. And that's the reason why we are involved with the university, for example, and also the National French Educational Ministry to make this industrial development be positive for younger people, for people who are young already, and who will need to be oriented. I don't know the name. Oriented to these new jobs and to have new training and university qualifications. And so it's a very long-term project with a higher education. And so to embrace these challenges, we are not alone. Greater Urban Council is coordinating projects with the university, with training centers, with enterprises, with regional program, also national program, French ministry. And you already spoke about it, but the anticipation is very important because you can see also that all these new settlements are challenging each other. There is a huge competition for attractiveness, to hire people, to train people. And anticipation is very, very important. We are also, we've been speaking about training, which is important, recruitment, but also raising awareness and rallying people. Because I told you, we were a manufacturing territory, and people are not attracted at all by industry. Steel manufacturing industry. So attractiveness is very, very important. And we, as a local government, we can act on these aspects and to help companies, to help university, to help training centers to be more attractive to families, to parents, to young people, and so on. And so this is very important, and I know that it's a concern very important for the university, for example, which really needs to be more attractive now for people especially to have this local, local, highly qualified people. And so this is the way we are organizing. And so we've met ALBATTS project, and this is a very, very important meeting, as I can say. We've entered in contact with Anders and with the team, and I really thank them for all what they did for the project. But now, today, I can realize how many people are involved in the project and are helping us now to embrace these challenges. And I told you we are entering a very, very huge project. And what ALBATTS brings us is, I really think we are saving time. Because what I realized, from my point of view, that either regional stakeholders, either national stakeholders were not ready at all to embrace these challenges. And so thanks to European projects, thanks to European Union, I think we are saving time a lot. Maybe the university could add some more details, but what you've done on the skills cards and courses will help the training centers already from this year, because I told you that we are hiring people for the battery value chain. And also, I think the ALBATTS project was very useful to raise local awareness about the diversity of skills, especially on the higher qualified people. And we really had to go out from this manufacturing city territory from the old industry. We are really needed to overcome this. And now we are more aware about all the opportunity with highly qualified jobs, the opportunities for research, development, for university development. And I really think that we have saved much time to enter deeply in the battery process now. And so now, what's next? So we've been very late in this project. We are not really partners now, but we really want to go further, and especially to exchange with other territories. Skellefteå? Or Vaza, or whatever. But I think we really need to share the way we have to face on territorial point of view, because we are nearby the people who live the territory, families, parents, schools, teachers. And so we really have to share the way we deal with it. And also we are very interested in exchange programs with trainers, with teachers, and so on. So we really want to go further.
Well, thank you very much. We'll pass to the audience to see if there are some questions. Start showing hands so that I can see if we're going to have questions. But I think now that I heard you all, I think we should have called this panel "Nice Problems to Have." That should have been the name of this panel specifically, because it's nice problems to have. I mean, but they are problems nevertheless. And there are a few questions that I would like to raise. I think only for you, Mark. You can just sit back and relax and enjoy the compliment.
That's the best problem to have, yeah?
I think the best problem for you to have and for us to have is actually how do we make sure that there's a positive legacy for what ALBATTS did. I think that's the first question.
Yeah, basically the only, for me, I would say way to show these examples so that it can be still used as Christine used it and so on. So that would be one way, and then of course, as usual, apply for another project which would update. And we managed with the CABAT project, for example, to sustain the battery forum. And we plan, and I believe Jakub will mention later on, we are starting tomorrow, Thursday and Friday, the Trireme project, which is basically the same blueprint project, but more into automotive mobility sector. So at least the parts which are into e-mobility will be sustained and improved. And since we learned a lot during the ALBATTS, I think it will be even better, the results, and it will be even broader, so hydrogen and so on. So still a lot of synergies with all the contacts we gathered in ALBATTS and so on. So I believe from that point of view, it's one thing. And then, of course, we have, for example, the Automotive Skills Alliance, where all of the results and the stakeholders, we work with them continuously. We welcome even new members and so on. So to work on these questions, ideas, problems, results. So that's another way how to sustain it, because there we have the platforms and so on where the training will be sustained, still in use, updated, and so on. So that's the, let's say, third way how to do it.
Excellent.
In my point of view.
And I think I can add that, well, and there will still remain the website with all the information and everything that is still there that can be used by others. And I can also add that obviously we've been doing that along the project, but we'll still do more before we completely finish. That is to share a lot of these with stakeholders that are relevant. That will be like the last moment. But again, I think you have the easy part of the nice problems to have. But now I would move on with another issue before I go back to Dunkirk. There's a lot about Dunkirk I would like to ask. But before that, going back to Jarno and to Christine, I had a couple of questions about who are the people that you're thinking of when you're planning this training, because Emmanuel mentioned the three types of phases or the approaches, but who are the people that you think that will come forward to get this training or this vocational education? Who are you thinking about?
In the year 2017, I was on an advisory board facing the challenges in the automotive industry, and we analyzed the changes there. And by now, we're facing these people, that come out of the automotive industries very much, but also from their value chain, so people that are not needed anymore, or with skills that they have and that very, very helpful for battery production too, but maybe not in the automotive directly.
Yeah.
Maybe we were thinking about process workers, process industry, when we were creating this working in a battery industry optional unit. We thought that the process industry vocational qualification would be enough for the needs of the battery industry, but we thought that the battery industry deserved to have at least one optional unit, that there is a mention of battery industry, and it gives an image to this industry that in our vocational education system we have possibilities to study battery industry studies, and we want to give this optional unit to people who already work or are going to work. In Finnish, I have to say, in our Finnish system, education system, there are a lot of changes coming up, and this maybe sounds a little bit crazy or strange, but we hope that people don't, how would I say it, make degrees or say study degrees. They study only optional units. Like, for example, if you're going to work, and I'm talking about adult education, not young. They study a degree, vocational qualification. But the adult people who are changing jobs, for example, somebody wants to go to be a process worker in a factory. He's going to work in one specific workplace, one machine. Does he or she needs 180 competence points for work in only one machine. No. It needs maybe 30, 15 maybe. So we are going to give more money to our educational providers, that the more faster the people will get employed, the more money the educational providers will get. It's not about degrees, it's not about how many degrees you have, but the most important is the employment.
How many competences you have? Practical competences that are useful.
Sorry?
It's about how many competences you
Yeah,
have, in fact.
yeah, competence is the most important thing.
Before, again, if I see that there are some questions, let me know so that I can organize this. But before I go to Emmanuel, still to both of you, the same question. Coming back from the first panel, where it was discussed about the possibility of pilot training factories and these training very close to the factories. Because it's how do you do that when we're not talking about training people that are already working there? Eventually, we're not even talking about people that are that are nearby. They might be coming from away, and that's why I'll wait to go to you, Emmanuel. But how do you think this makes sense? Are the systems prepared to do that, to do these pilot trainings close to the factories?
So in Germany, we are not prepared. There is not such a place. So, and I don't know how to deal with that. We have online trainings, okay, this is fine. And on academic level, you can explain so many things, but you need the hands-on training places. It is planned to have one on close to the Northvolt plant, but I don't know when we will get it and if it's enough for all the people that shall be trained there. So I think we need such places. 10 of them in Germany, or 12, or I don't know how many in Europe, but they are not there. So we shall invest in this.
Yeah. This is very common to our system that we study in companies and workplaces. How it's done. First, the company will tell you that I will take a trainee, or 2, or 3. Not you can't send 100 there. You can send 1, 2, or how many the company can take. There must have a workplace instructor who can tell the student that in this task you do this and blah blah blah. The problem, like in the process industry, is that the production is going on all the time, and if you take a student there, is it going to make the process slower? Maybe. This is the thing that companies, they have to decide. It is possible when they take a lot of trainees. For example, I was making a lot of cooperation with this big factory. It was a plywood factory. So the process is 24 hours a day. It's not going to stop. It's not easy to... It's only way you can educate these students to take them to these production lines. So they are working on pairs, 1 for 1. It has been done in Finland since 2018. We have good results and we have bad results. It's not always working, and sometimes students think that they are cheap labor, that don't have to pay salary because they are studying in real jobs. But I have to say, my brother has worked in maintenance leadership in 25 years in a plywood factory, one of the Europe's biggest ones and the more technical ones. He said that there is no kind of mechanical fitter that you can send from vocational education to us that could do these things. You have to send it to us, give it us for 1 year, and we're going to put him on maintenance task with our best maintenance worker, and who will teach apprenticeship. Will teach, it's a master and, what's the other word? Master and pupil?
Apprentice.
Apprentice, yeah. Master and apprentice. Yeah, that's the only way to really to learn those things. I think you can, it's not impossible to make like a production line to your school. You have to go to the factory and you have to, that's the most important thing, that you have to make a deal with the company. You have to, the company must have something for this thing, the school must have, and the student must have something. If somebody is always winning, it's not going to last, these kind of things. So, for example, we don't go to these companies in any time, anywhere. We have to make a deal. We go 1st of March and we're going to be there 4 weeks and we're going to study these things, and you from Monday to Friday, 8 to 3, that sort of things. But it is possible.
Okay.
May I add something?
Yes, sure.
I think in terms of battery cell production, we have to be very fast.
Yeah.
So, and the typical lifestyle or working style of an apprenticeship, going with somebody in the production site, is not the best way that we need right now. We need extra places, learning factories, learning plants, extra for many of them,
I agree, it would be the
so
best
where they
solution.
can do failures and so on and so on. So that is something new, a new situation that needs new solution. I'm sorry.
Great. I think that was right on point. Emmanuel, we still have we have one question, Utimia. Oh, 2 questions. Okay, we're running a little bit behind schedule, but I think we can cope with that. 2 questions, Utimia, and then here.
Okay, so if I may, I understand from what you're saying that not only the system itself, it's a challenge to adapt and be agile in terms of adapting the new curricula that are important, but a working environment is fundamental to make sure that people really know the job.
Yeah.
Can we think about using virtual reality to try to train these people and make it faster? And for example, for youngsters, as they are more motivated for this electronic and virtual way of learning, is this the way forward that we should invest at national and supranational level, so that we go to this route to try to have a lot of people prepared in a virtual environment and then use less hours in real work, as, for example, the pilots do for ages in preparing themselves for flights, for example.
Thank you. Another question here.
First, just a remark. So I'm Arnaud Guisset. I'm the vice president of the university in Dunkerque, who prepares the new skills and new jobs dedicated to the arriving of the 2 gigafactories. And Emmanuel underlines our main challenge is to be attractive, especially for young people and for the parents. If you ask questions to young people in Dunkerque, your grandfather, your grandmother work in a factory, but in manufacturing factories. And we have a very sad pictures of industry in our territory. So my question is, how, as you did with ALBATTS, with this platform, with a lot of different materials, teaching units, skill cards, and so on, she's right, you save time for us because we will use it. But now what we need is to be attractive, and is it possible to imagine to work together at the European scale to create a kind of platform with some materials purely dedicated to be attractive, to speak to parents, to speak to young students, to promote this new industry. I don't know if you say industry 4.0, 5.0, 6.0, but to say now a gigafactory, it is cool to work in a gigafactory, to bring this message.
Thank you very much. I think we're done with the questions, and we have like 2-3 minutes for everyone, but I'll start with Emmanuel. Because, well, I was going to go to the territorial challenge, but I think you've mentioned that, but it's an enormous challenge because the people that are going to work in those factories don't necessarily live already in Dunkirk. Probably not. They come often from other areas. So you have an issue of territorial management. And the other question is about what both these two questions were. It's about, well, one, how to make it fast, the other one, how to make it attractive. Any good ideas in a couple of minutes? Emmanuel, let's start with you.
We really want this project to be positive for young people and families and for unemployed people. Just to remind you that the unemployment rate in Dunkirk is 8.5%. So we have kind of stock of people that we can upskill and motivate to enter to these new factories. The second are young people. Just to remind you also that as a manufacturing territory, we are losing population. We are losing population not only with aging population, but also with young people who go to study to big cities, to Paris, to Lille, to Brussels, and to work for other parts of the economy, for trade or finance, or politics or whatever. Good students, they don't stay on the territory, they don't study industrial stuff. So we also have this stock of population with the young people who leave the city to study abroad the territory. The attractiveness of local training centers, of local university, partnership with regional university also is a challenge for us because we have this stock of young people. Some of them, they still want to live on the territory because Dunkirk is a nice city. We have the seashore, we have beaches, and it's very, very nice to live there. But in their mind, people have to leave. No, our challenge is making them to stay and to make the offer, the higher qualification offer, very attractive. So this is the second. And then we have the retraining, upscaling of adult population. We have many people, unemployed people, especially women. We haven't talked about women, but many women who are skilled with trade or aesthetics or whatever. We have to make them to be retrained to industry. So maybe you can see that I'm a bit worried about what's happening. But
clearly,
we collectively, with all of our local partners, employment agencies, training centers, university, we are self-confident. Because we know that we have this stock of population, and to upskill and to seduce them. And the other part, of course, is the attractiveness for people from other territories, French territories, Belgian territories, or abroad, even, people from all over parts of the world. We are working on it. We are organizing ourselves with making partnerships with universities, with engineering schools, and we go to these schools to meet young people and to give them the volunteer to work on our territory. So we are organizing ourselves, and we're also self-confident. For example, we've been in Paris to a trade for sustainable jobs. You know, the quitting tendency, people who want to quit their jobs because it's senseless. And we know that we also have this stock of population, because what's happening in Dunkirk, it's industry which is more responsible towards climate, towards people, towards territory. I haven't spoke about water, for example, but we have many sustainable development aspects, and we know that we can be very attractive to these people and to take advantage of this quitting tendency.
I know I asked you a long question, and then I'm telling you that we have to close. Okay, both Jarno and then you. 1 minute, please.
1 minute.
Because we already have the speaker for the next panel.
Yeah, I will just take some those education things. Online training, of course. Videos, live streaming from the factory. Everything is possible. I was in a Neste refinery, one of the biggest companies, chemical companies in Finland, fuel and everything. They have these simulator rooms and like a simulator factory, like you said. And it gives all our vocational colleges that will educate process workers, they give their simulator in use. So maybe Neste will get good workers because they get their name in every school because they are providing this simulator. Okay. Yeah. Okay. But I think it's a very good idea. I hope there would be a training factory in every school, but in Finland we don't have money. That's simple.
But it takes many smart people to do the code for VR and AR. So we will lose so many people in this direction. So in the IT side to prepare everything. So do you have a VET campus in your city where they can stay overnight, sleep there, work together?
Yeah, true. Yeah.
Maybe this is one thing that can
we
be
are
attractive.
working on it, yeah.
I've seen such places in China.
Yeah.
It was very, very interesting. It was very interesting to meet all these young people there.
I'm terribly sorry, but I need to start closing. But that's interesting, and that would be great for the coffee break if we had one. But Marek, I don't know if you have one last comment. Otherwise,
well, attractiveness. Probably funding, money for the people, for the jobs. And the hands-on is probably always better when you work with the tools because you can feel the pressure resistance of the tools. So, I don't know, the VR, AR, it's not the same thing, I would say.
Okay. Thank you, everyone. Thank you very much. We have a coffee break. Maybe who wants to grab a coffee, please go. And let's, in 5 minutes, come back, okay? So that we're on delay. Okay. Okay, well, welcome to the last panel of today's session. Again, thank you all. We had time to do this short coffee break and have already the panelists here with me. From the beginning, we said that this is very much about policy recommendations and what can we get from a project like this, some recommendations and some ideas that can live after that. And for that purpose, we joined on this panel Katarina Sandbacka, from Manager of International Affairs at VAMIA Vocational College, and we're counting on you to help us with some of ideas. Felix Ron, from Policy Officer at the Skills Agenda in DG Employment, DG Empl, from the European Commission. We talked a lot about you, as you heard, during the day, so there's a lot of things that are to be discussed here. Jakub Stolfa, you already met Jakub, from the Automotive Skills Alliance and from the University of Ostrava as well, and from the project ALBATTS, but you already know. And Peter Dolgis, Director for Mobility and Sustainable Transport at the SEA, which is the industry association for the sector. Well, there's plenty to debate, and I think you've all had a chance to be together on previous occasions, so I think it's going to be easy. I think I can even leave and let you guys alone. But for starters, I'll invite Katarina to begin.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
I probably need that one. How does it work?
It is a big button.
Okay. Okay, just maybe to summarize a little bit what we have heard about today is really that what we need is cooperation. I think that's what we have heard all day today. So at EU level, at national, state, regional level, but also locally. And we really need the cooperation of the industry, education and training. And when we talk about education and training, we really here both mean higher education and VET, which is not maybe that easy because we don't have a history of working that much together. But it's really important when we coming up with new industries like this, that we don't really know what the future is going to be like. Public authorities, social partners that we've seen today, but also research. And this is going to impact all of us, but we all need to be involved and work together. We're not going to make this otherwise. We are really dependent on each other here. During this time, we ALBATTS, we have come up with quite a lot of things. Really starting off with the project, we thought the situation would be maybe quite different in the end of the project. But there has happened really a lot since we started in 2019. We had COVID, we had the war, we had the energy crisis, we had IRA. So all the things that we have thought of that we would come up with, not all of it, but some of it that we thought that we were going to do during the project, we have not really been able to do. But at the same time, we have seen how easily changes in our environment can affect a new industry like this. And what we also have realized with this project is that working with a new industry, like the battery industry, it's totally different than with something that already exists, because this is something that hasn't existed and we still need to prepare for it. And in that way, I also think, what are you laughing at? and in that way, I also think that this battery industry is quite a good example of any other new emerging industries that are going to come with a green transition. This can work as a quite good example for that. But anyhow, when we make the strategy for ALBATTS, we will look at EU level, regional, national level, what the schools can do, and then also what the industry can do in order for us to be able to provide the skilled people that we need for the industry. And we know that it already says in the skill agenda that flexible and modular approach is encouraged. But we have seen during this project, and we have had schools all around Europe contacting us and say, well, how are we going to manage to get this into the system? All of you might not know vocational education and training that well, but vocational education and training is very regulated nationally compared to what higher education is. That means that we cannot decide just like this, you know, that now we're going to put up these courses and these courses. The system is sometimes quite slow to change, and it takes a very long time to get something into the system in many countries. And that's why it's really, really important to also that EU presses on even more to get the states to make a more flexible system and a modular system. That's the only way that we really quickly can replace modules with new skills that are needed, because development happens so fast at the moment. And also that the curriculums are so flexible that it also gives some possibility to cross-disciplinary content, like we heard earlier today. Because in today's industry there is very broad need of different competencies. Then also we have heard that we need to get funding for learning environments. This is both from an EU level but also a national level. It's quite difficult for vet education when they're going to start up, like we have heard today of many colleagues here around Europe, because it's a question of hand-on work and the companies don't exist. That means that you cannot really get that training in the companies that don't regionally exist yet. This is very difficult. I have also many times heard, well, you put them out on apprentice then, you know, and they will learn in working life and you give them the basic skills in school. But we know from our colleagues in Skellefteå that when a plant like this is put up, their main concentration is on getting the production up and running and start to get some return on investment. They don't necessarily have that much time for the training and want the schools to have a big input there. So, and that again means that we need fixtures and fittings for that. We need to have teachers with skills. So there is both need for funding for to skill the teachers, but also for the learning environments. And that's where I think that they have done really fantastically in Skellefteå, for example, where the municipal have gone in to funding these learning environments and vet education, higher education, and industry can use the premises together. But then we have also heard about today, for example, like in Heide, they're going to make this real training pilot line where people can be trained and so on. So this is important. We also heard today that it's very important with English, and in vocational education and training, the teachers, but not necessarily also the students, have so good English skills. If you come from higher education, it's like natural, you know, that you can study in English, but not in vet. And that's really what we have to think about, how we can increase, you know, the knowledge here, and also with content language integrated learning, but maybe also programs in English altogether. And to provide the teachers with skills for the learners to develop key competences and soft skills. That's nothing you learn by a course, you learn it by the methods you are training people. So that's where we maybe have to change methods as well for the training. And there, I think Erasmus, the possibilities that Erasmus gives is really important, because that's one of the best ways to develop these skills, both in teachers and in the students, to work in this environment, to improve the language, soft skills, stress, multicultural environment, and problem solving. You learn it all when you go abroad. And then when we come to the vet providers themselves, it's very important to work together with the universities, although it doesn't feel very natural to do that. And in the beginning, it's really difficult to find each other because we talk a totally different language. But we know, for example, in ALBATTS, that when we have developed some of these courses, that without higher education, we would not have been able to make some of these courses, the content for it. So it means that there we have had higher education that gives the substance, but we can translate it into a vocational level, you know, so it's understandable. And then also one message to the vet schools is that stay constantly in contact with your regional authorities that make the curricula, and be active yourself. Nobody's going to do this for you, and the authorities are not going to know what you know to do. So if you find some needs, let them know and work together with the companies, with the authorities. I'm sure they're going to listen, but nobody's going to serve it on a silver plate and say to you, well, now the battery industry is coming here, this is the curriculum, this is what you're going to teach. So that's important. And then for the industry, lastly, what we say here, that it's very important that the industry at the early stage work together with the vet providers and actually let the teachers come in to get some experience what the industry is all about. It's very difficult to train somebody if you haven't even been in, you know, to this type of plant to see what it works like. And we had the idea in the beginning of the project that, oh, we're going to do all these Erasmus mobilities and the teachers go abroad and they get all this practice in these factories. Well, the factories don't exist. They don't have time for the teachers. There is a lot of business secrecies. There is safety issues, all these kind of things. It will come when the industry is more mature. I'm sure it will. But at the moment, it's a little bit tricky. Then when we come to higher education, as well, is that in higher education, often universities are teaching what they are researching and might not then have the possibility to provide training in the battery industry if they don't actually research this area. So there we really suggested, well, that there would be some incentives for European universities to not only cooperate on research, but also on education offering, and especially at bachelor level as well. And actually to cooperate with somebody that has the knowledge to provide these courses, and then you can wrap them yourself, you know, with exercises and works and so on. And also a lot for universities, it might not be as common to see the importance of, or their importance in the regional development. They see more at the research, for example, that they do. But here it's also really important that the higher education establishments work with the regional industry, vet schools, and so on. That's what I was going to tell you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Quite relevant points and useful recommendations. And now we move to Felix Hohn. Felix, first of all, thank you for replacing Anne Branch, your colleague at TG Empel. As I was saying before, we've been, and before that, again, thank you because you were here even before this panel, so thank you for paying attention to the debate before. I was going to say, a lot of what we've been discussing has to do, it has to be done at universities, at the national level, and so on. But this in the end, this is all related to EU policies and priorities. How does this match the EU policy in the skills for this industry? Where does this fit, and how can the EU help?
I understand that my introductory statement
No, please, go ahead, start.
Has been cancelled.
No, not at all.
I shall immediately
Not at all.
enter into the discussion.
Not at all.
What I understand now.
No,
So
not at all,
I'm
please.
flexible, you know.
Not at all, not at all.
You talked a lot about flexibility, so we should also practice it.
No, let's start with your introduction.
I mean,
agility and
I will only show you some slides on the European Year of Skills. I will not talk a lot. I will let the slides speak for themselves, because anyway you will receive the slides. So it will be quickly, and then you, I don't know what the others, then you can ask me the question again. Yes, please. I need my presentation, please. Do I simply?
I think you can, yes.
So, exactly, why European Year of Skills? Yes, somebody in the morning already said, if you look at investment, already said just throwing money at learners is not very effective. So, yes, that's a very pertinent objective. You already talked about skills relevance, matching aspirations of the labor market needs, etc., and also attracting talent. And then also you heard what Katharina just said. So the European Year of Skills is there to make all this visible and encourage people to do and practice what you have just recommended. And indeed, member states are very different in the progress on issues you mentioned. There are differences because the systems are different. Okay, but the European Year of Skills is about visibility. And you see, we have this real people, real skills action in the year. We have the stories of people who reshaped their careers and that changed their life. We will publish this on the 10th of April. Here's some figures. Sorry. Here's some figures. Now I'm missing the text on how many people we reached in with the different media. I don't know why the text is not there. What I sent, there was the text, I swear. But anyway, you will receive the slides, so you can look it up.
We can guess by the logos. We guessed
almost.
which media was it?
And here, local outreach. Also, I think these results speak for themselves. National events, also 2,000 in 49 countries. So more countries participated in the year than we have EU member states. And and they're very much stuck to the objectives of the year. And we also had a look at the impact of our communication. So there are quite good figures. Look, there are now almost the double of people are now aware that there are such an animal as a EU skills policy. So that's already something. And then more eager to participate in training. Look at that. Before 19% and now 64%. I like these figures, I must say. I was surprised myself, basically. So here are the flagship events that took place. And you see the next one and last one will be the conference, What Comes Next. And here I like to quote our commissioner who says, well, what we need is not a year of skills, but we would need a decade of skills and for skills. And he's right. And then there will be also an evaluation of the year of skills. So you see in May 2025, we will submit this to Council and Parliament. And maybe then with this evaluation, there will be another follow-up, political follow-up of the year of skills. Yeah, very short, skills policy. Again, the text is missing. These are the 4 sections. And under the 4 sections are 12 actions, which you don't see here. It's all about visibility, right? Yeah. But sometimes things don't work out. And here are some highlights. Pact for Skills. You have already heard about the Pact quite frequently, I guess, at least today. We have 2,500 members in total. We have 21 large-scale partnerships. The last one is in energy efficiency. Then these large-scale partnerships have committed, have pledged, that's their objective, their ambition, to train over 25 million people by 2030. In total, in 22 and 23, 310 million euro investment in upskilling and reskilling, and voila, and so on. And I only add these figures are indications made by members of the Pact for Skills to a survey. Yeah, okay. So these are estimations. We have the European Alliance for Apprenticeships. It could be that you already heard of this alliance today or before, at least if not now. And here we mean not just apprenticeships in the strict sense of, or a limited sense of working in a company here and studying in school there. No, with that we mean this alliance is on all forms of work-based learning. And work-based learning, you, Katharina, we all agree, is super important. Again, in support of those recommendations you were giving, Erasmus Centers of Vocational Excellence. They, for example, they could work on all the issues Katharina mentioned in her presentation. And we are continuing with this action at least until 27. Every year in the annual call for proposals of Erasmus+. This I only show, so we have these tools. The project cooperated with ESCO. The ESCO team is very happy about the Blueprint alliances, also about all the others, because they feed into, all Blueprint projects have so far fed into ESCO. So the ESCO team is systematically cooperating with Blueprint projects. And Blueprint projects said, we need a common language, so we need ESCO, and so we need also the European Qualification Framework, and you have heard about it today. And here are the networks, yeah, and here are the funding instruments. You have also heard about these already, so I'm not reading it out. InvestEU has also a skills development strand, so also funding skills development projects. Now I'm again missing some writing. Is there a trigger? No. Okay, you get the slides. Voila. That was shortly on the year of skills. Yes.
Thank you very much. And I would say that that was already part of the question that I was asking, how does this match the issues? But we'll have time to come back. I would move on to Peter, or to Jakob first. Jakob, you want to start?
Yeah.
Now in the role of the Automotive Skills Alliance president.
Yeah, thank you very much. Let's put the hat on. But before putting the hat on, ladies and gentlemen, colleagues, friends, it's very good to be here, yeah, because I remember 2019 or end of 2018 where we were putting this ALBATTS together. It was of course the beginning of the battery industry. I remember Nordvolt as a PowerPoint presentation. Now, where is it now? I remember other companies that we have seen in the panel number 1 today, and I remember the projects that, if it's Dunker, if it's other projects that came throughout the journey. So also thanks to those that have joined this community and this work that we are doing around here. It's, I believe today, it's a great final event of ALBATTS project, but it's not the final event of the collaboration in the battery sector as such. It's something that needs a continuous collaboration. It's some things that we want to, and I see the big also willingness of that from today's stakeholders on the stage, and also while we were having a coffee break discussions. And there's also something that I'm very happy to present you, what is happening after the ALBATTS project duration. ALBATTS project kicked off these collaborations on different levels. We might have a look at that from the perspective of battery skills intelligence strategy that you have seen. If we have defined these 26 job roles with the detailed skills that it was used, if it's in Germany, if it's in Italy, if it's in France, if it's in another countries, if I have forgotten anyone, sorry for that. If it's in Finland, yeah, sorry. And if it's in Czech Republic, sorry, yeah, and the other countries that are starting to use it, that are going to use it, and that's something where the project as such will continue. But of course, this all needs also kind of update later on. It needs the continuous also clarity on that. Are those job roles that we have described still valid? Do it need any kind of updates and so on? Yeah? And that's something that we would like to sustain. We are committed to sustain, and that's something that we are committed in our large-scale partnership as the Automotive Skills Alliances. But not just the job roles. We see the training courses that are available on the learning platform. We have Sim Zhao speaking about it in the panel number 2. Where he has introduced that we have developed the courses on the different levels, if you remember this slide with the map of the courses. But also, what was very important there, and it was also mentioned in today's panels, it was the quality of the courses, because that also depends. Yeah? And that's an important thing, that not just any kind of course, but something that has really the additional value, and really something that is then effectively delivered, and effectively delivers you the skills that you need. And then, of course, collaboration. You have seen the BAT forum that we co-organize, and it's a great thing where we focus on upskilling and or basically showing what is happening in the battery sector to the VT teachers, to use them as a multiplier of the change. And of course, we have developed also the strategy that was not mentioned so much today, but the next steps are implementation of this ALBATTS strategy, and initiation and mainstreaming the other important initiatives in Europe. For instance, there is a project on digital battery passport, digital passport for batteries, yeah? And creating the training course for that. And all that, you are asking me, you are just asking now yourself, oh my God, this Jakub, what he's talking about? Here's some kind of overview of all the projects around. No, we all have it together, because that's the Automotive Skills Alliance, and that's why we built it. And I'm also honored to say, and I believe others in the room will confirm, there is 21 large-scale partnerships, but we were the 3 first partnerships launched, and we are calling ourselves, and of course by others confirmed, as the pioneering partnership that shows the collaboration among industry, irrespective of size, and that is in the automotive mobility sector as such, which is also the battery sector. It's education and training providers, again, universities, secondary schools, VT schools, but also lifelong learning providers. It's research, it's public authorities. We have 13 regions on board. It's the social partners. Today you have seen 2 of our members, Industrial and CMET, with a great discussion in one of our panels. And that's what we collaborate on. It's not just the networking to know each other. It's the overview of the intelligence. The aim is to do not invent the wheel again. The aim is to see what we are doing in Europe and support each other with that in the skills agenda. It's about the update of the skills intelligence and the trends. It's about the clarity and overview of what kind of training courses are available in Europe, and have one-stop shop to see what kind of courses I might take, and where I can reuse them, and so on. Of course, important is also fundraising. We might discuss about it if there is a lot of money available. Question might be access to that, and bureaucracy around. Then, of course, it's about education, also education, new ways of the education, what we collaborate on. Because we have heard also the question today about VR, AR, because not everyone has, is so lucky to have a gigafactory just behind the garden. So and I don't know if you want to have it, by the way, but you can be there in the virtual reality, running around, throwing batteries around. Yeah, I've been to some virtual realities, it's quite fun. Yeah. So that's that, yeah, and it's of course our Automotive Skills Alliance and the continuation of ALBATTS. It's a joint voice of our skills, agenda, network and community. And we have also some kind of tools, and as you can see that I'm just repeating all that, what was said during the day. What was left to me, even the recommendations were said by Katarina, so what was left to me is now just to summarize and tell you something about the tools, and then poor Peter is the last of today to summarize everything. But before we will get there, how the ASA collaborates, and I was really silent when there was a question about attractiveness, because I see a big role that we might be active there, because we have different topic committees and the scope where we focus on. We have technological topics, if it's of course the batteries, hydrogen, and all that following that. We have also education and training, so the new ways of the education and training, innovative ways of the education and training, speak about it, collaborate about it, and also do some practical actions and promotion of initial education and lifelong learning. But we have also this attractiveness and social elements there, as you can see on the, that nicely green color. And and that's something that under those topic committees, and I cannot go into the details because Henrik will cut me, but under that we have different task forces, we have different working groups that we would like to even initiate and support, that we collaborate on those topics. And if it's the attractiveness of the education and training in the battery sector, or the technical sector as such, support STEM education, that's something that I am really calling for, that let's put hands together and let's make this attractive. And we have also some concrete examples, which I discuss in certain regions. We focus on teachers, as you have seen the BAT forum, we have Hydrogen VT forum also, but we focus also on parents, because parents need to also show exactly as you said, that the industry is different, but they don't know about it because they haven't seen it yet. And they just, I don't want to categorize them like that, but if they open the news, they are not in the mass media, they are not the news, that's the gigafactory, what kind of new job roles are there, what kind of new opportunities are there, what is the value chain and what kind of opportunities are there. So that's something that we might work on. And also in some regions we spoke about concrete demonstrations in the regions. Yeah? So to have some concrete demonstrators, if it's, it might be also part of the tourism, to show really what's happening there. Companies will show what they are doing. Students and teachers might collaborate on that in the bachelor thesis, master thesis, VT students. And then it might be for the region something like tourist attraction. Yeah, you will be driving there with an electric car, then it will be connected and so on. So that's something that demonstrators, and in some other regions it might be different demonstrator. But coming to that, how we collaborate. You have seen the left side, the topic committee. Right side, you can see that there is a plenty of projects. I have just mentioned a couple of those. You are on the ALBATTS event, but the story and the journey continues. We have a trireme, which is focusing on the automotive mobility sector as such, and also the new challenges in terms of education and training. We have Voltage, which I believe at least 3 partners from ALBATTS are in, and that's the Centers of Vocational Excellence project that collaborate under the umbrella of the battery and Pact for Skills collaboration and many other. We have also external collaboration, just to mention, but to do not be long. You have heard also keynote speech today from InnoEnergy Skills Institute. We have strategic collaboration with InnoEnergy Skills Institute. We exchange job roles and review on them. We exchange the training courses, so our training courses are available. And I mean our, from the community of ALBATTS are available at the learning platform, and on vice versa, InnoEnergy free training courses are available on the learning platform. Of course, some graphic is missing, but I'm not commenting that. But I hope you can see now the overview, and Henrik, bear with me, it's the last slide really. And this is what I have said, because we are speaking about the collaboration. Collaboration then needs an implementation to be filled in with concrete actions. So in our partnership, in our Pact for Skills, we are aiming to have a tangible results, to have a tangible outcomes of our collaborations. One of them is, and we are thankful also for Erasmus Plus projects, it was Drives, ALBATTS, and others that supported the creation of this tools ecosystem. It's a learning platform that we have heard from Zhao on the left side, that you can see that that's a platform where the MOOC courses are available. But if you scan with your mobile phone now, and I hope it's big enough, if you scan, you will get to the Skills Hub. This is the one-stop shop catalog of all training courses that might be available there. It doesn't matter if it's online, on-site, paid, free, if it's whatever kind of course, if it's hosted by the learning platform, or if it's a course, I don't know, in Italy, in France, in Germany, so that there is an overview where the training course is, and there's an overview that you can get to that training course. And whenever the trainees will finish the course, the Skills Hub issues the micro-credentials based on the reference definitions that we spoke about today. So that's in the pilot version now. I see that we are running a bit of the time, as Eutimia is really staring on me.
You see, it wasn't me, it was Eutimia.
Yeah, it was Eutimia, so I haven't avoided that. But guys, I hope that that was a good overview of that the important message is that's the beginning of the journey. That's the journey that we are all working together. That's the journey where Anders is getting younger, still looking same and great as from 2019, and others are getting older. But we need to make it together, and I'm happy to have all of you and happy to be in this panel. And back to you, Henrik.
Jakob, thank you very much. And as I said in the beginning, the muscles in the sense of the energy, I think it was proved. But you also showed that collaboration is a key, and it's not just talking about collaboration, it's in practical terms actually doing it, and you gave an excellent example. And I think we at ALBATTS are all proud, but at the other projects, and some of us are part of the other projects, are all proud, so thank you very much for that. Peter, over to you from the automotive industry. What's your read?
Well, flexibility was mentioned already here, so what is pleasant being a last speaker of the day, there will be no further slides, because I was told you are flexible enough, so okay, you will somehow wrap up and make some thoughts at the end, so really thanks a lot for that. Also was a great pleasure to be a chair of the steering board of the ALBATTS project. Also, as Henrik mentioned, representing SI, European Car Manufacturers Association, so I'm trying somehow to glue different views and probably just comment on some points that I grabbed during the day. Yeah. First of all, after the years being involved in the projects, it's great to see it's working, okay? So for those who know me, I'm a little bit critical to the institutions. So okay, big plans and big policies, we have seen that. But then you see, okay, we are able through the Skills Alliance to go a little bit to more implementing part, making the partnership, working together, how to do that, how to enable that really high-level political messages into something concrete. And then came the project like ALBATTS, where at the end we are able to produce concrete, tangible results, creating courses and deliver to hundreds or thousands of people. So it takes some time, but you see, okay, we are able from the high-level messages really go to the end and to the students to deliver something, and this is great. But of course, everything has some buts. And I think that the first one, exactly what I probably mentioned, this is speed, okay? When we started drafting somewhere 2018, the ideas about ALBATTS, the world was completely different. Katarina mentioned that. I think 2019, I was the first time in Skellefteå, Okay, so sorry, Anders and colleagues, okay, middle of nowhere. And in the middle of those forests, okay, you have a couple of hectares which were deforested, rocks, nothing. Okay, here is Nordvolt. Okay, cool, this is future. But okay, 5 years afterwards, okay, we have the factory. It's producing, of course, not in a full capacity, but okay, it's there. And okay, you see that okay, there are plenty of other mushrooms across Europe with the gigafactories, with a battery value chain that was not existent completely at that time. So as was mentioned, we are starting from the scratch. Within 5 years, we have a battery value chain in Europe. Okay, it's not spectacular. It's starting, but okay, we have it. If I have a look on our sector, at that time, registrations of electric cars, about 2% of the sales. Today we are 15%, okay? Within 5 years, which means roughly 1 million EVs are registered every year, okay? And we need to cope with that within the education system. That exponential curve is required from the education providers. And you see, okay, even with a great team, it took, I don't know, 2-3 years to prepare one simple course, putting all the elements together, agree with the authorities, and start teaching someone, okay? And we are talking about units. And imagine that we are on a curve that goes in a completely different figures. And that leads me to the second point, which is quantity. So we have 5 years from 0 to a certain point. Now I see exponential curve. It will be about, of course, e-mobility. In 10 years' time, all the cars should be electric. So it's not 1 million, it will be about 10 million vehicles, only vehicles. It was mentioned here, it will be about completely different grids, battery storage, smart management of grids. Everywhere are batteries. I'm not talking about recycling sector, that is in principle non-existing, we are at 0 today. But okay, in those quantities, I will need that within 10 years. Which means, if we are able through our courses, deliver some courses to a few thousand people, I need to deliver to millions. Only our sector is employing 14 million people. And I have 10 years that most of them will somehow connected with e-mobility and working with the batteries on different stages. So this is really something that, okay, great results, but really it's still a peanuts what is ahead of us for the future. What to do, how to do that, this is a great question. So few thoughts, of course, the processes. I think Katarina mentioned that even though we invent a fantastic course, before it goes to actual learning process, it takes enormous time. And I think on VAT or lifelong learning, okay, it's a shorter. But of course, if we talk about universities, accreditation, okay, it's those 5 years that we started from 0 to deliver first course. And then we'll take another 3 years to wait for someone. Okay, I'm already at the end of my timeline where I need those millions and I have a first graduate. This is absolutely a huge bottleneck for the future. What was one of my first stupid questions in Nordvolt? Okay, the people, what's the share? And it was a great presentation today from Dunkirk. It's roughly the same. 20% white colors, 80% blue colors. And in principle, most of the work that here in Brussels with the policies, we are focusing on those 20% highly educated. It's great. But we need to focus on those 80% that will be working there, and they will be the ones working with the batteries, okay? Someone will need to invent them, cool, but okay, we need to transform those 80% or 70 in Dunkirk, doesn't matter. And this is completely change of the shift, you know, the paradigm how we are working. We are focusing on those that exactly mostly have excellent English, they can travel across the globe. We have invented the Wallonia process for them, so okay, you are graduated here and there, you can travel wherever. But what about those 80% that I need? Where we have some kind of a mutual recognition for the, you know, the exactly skills, competencies that are critical at that area for the battery value chain. And this is also in principle why we started with an ASA, and we can call it micro-credentials, skills cards, doesn't matter. And it's industry-driven because we need, we'll need millions of people that I need to accept. If he's trained from Mercedes, I think it will be sufficient that he can work for a supplier in Belgium. But this will cover the vast majority of the jobs and the skills and competencies that we need in the future and to be recognized across border. I think this is also linked with the flexibilities. Again, was mentioned here as a key recommendation from Katarina, but also colleagues from Finland. Okay, this is not about, you know, I have this diploma. No, It's better to have 3 or 4 different, more flexible modules that I can flexibly adjust during my work life, and I'll be probably much more attractive for the industry rather than focus on one degree for the whole life. So this is also an element that definitely will help, and also having in mind the speed of the changes that will be in the battery sector in general. I'm pretty sure that this will be much more rewarded. Digital teachers. I think that goes back to this amount and speed of the transformation. We are focusing on delivering, in principle, training to the individuals, to the employees. But how to get to number or quantities, I think that will be much more essential. Again, we are starting to do that within the Alliance, but really focusing on those that are teaching. It will be an enormously big problem, because to find people that do understand the latest state of the art of the technology, willing to teach, they can teach, they can be brilliant, experts, but they are not able to transfer that knowledge to the others. But those we need across Europe. We need them across all different layers of the education, because that will also enable interaction between the industry and, of course, those they are receiving the new knowledge. What was one of the biggest surprises for me? English. It was mentioned in principle every second workshop, conference. We are like English because of that speed of the change of the technology. Nobody has time to translate that in Finnish, Czech, German, whatever. We need a flexibility, and we need English everywhere, okay? I'm sorry for the French, but okay, even you have to, and they are doing that. they know it well, but okay, this is absolutely key to attract, because really the development is so fast that you just throw it away. Okay, you have to learn it, because okay, within 1 year there will be a new edition, and really it's absolutely essential. And of course, soft skills were mentioned here, so this is another package maybe that we have to rethink for the future. A last point, attractivity. Okay, representing automotive industry. Okay, I'm used to that. Okay, I'm a bad guy. We are of course damaging the planet. Dieselgate, everything. Okay, fine, I accept. Despite the fact that okay, cars today it's more IT than engines. Okay, you are competing with Google, Microsoft, because okay, it is just IT, bloody IT on 4 wheels, nothing more, nothing less. Okay, nobody wants to work with us. I say fine, let's cope with that. But I'm hearing more and more that even for the battery sector, it's a problem. New, green, emerging industry, nobody wants to work there. So maybe there is something, probably a broader problem that maybe we need to focus on, how to make in general attractive working industrial employment in general. Because this is a problem in Europe. We see nobody wants to go working for the industry, irrespective whether dirty automotive or green batteries. So, okay, let's have a look how to do that. And again, sorry, Anders, again, okay, sell everything and buy an apartment in the middle of forest, I doubt, okay? Okay, it doesn't work in sunny France on the beaches as well. So exactly. There is something, that, okay, we need to think about how to make it attractive and think exactly for the youngsters, but it will go, I think, from the elementary school, secondary to universities, to make it, attractive and sexy to go back to industry. So not too many buts. I stop here, but okay, some thoughts for the next work, because exactly I think it was an excellent start. ALBATTS was a great project, but exactly I said, Jakub, just a beginning of many, many other projects that I hope will come, and plenty of lessons learned, and really thanks to all of you that contributed to a project. Thank you.
Thank you. I think this was a wonderful wrap-up session. I don't know if you guys have questions, but I think this was, I mean, I'm not going to ask anything else. I don't know if anyone has any other comment to finish or make any comment, because I think it was very good.
Yeah, I have to do my work as an official of the European Commission. And also, because in my work, I'm the contact person for Erasmus Blueprint Alliances. So I follow these action. There are 8 Blueprint Alliances, and this is one of them. And I think you deserve some expression of acknowledgement for the work you did. So I congratulate you to your sector skills strategy, which will be filled with life, and it contains the general strategic actions that need to be followed and will be followed to boost training and education in the battery sector. You have identified skills that workers from other sectors can transfer to the battery value chain. That is also a strand you can follow to hire people. You have identified 26 new emerging occupational profiles, so basically jobs that did not exist recently. 4 of which are already in ESCO. Remember ESCO, the Compendium for Occupation Skills. And then you have also, every Blueprint Alliance does this, developed concrete training content. You have heard about it. And you have heard where these courses and modules are available as well. And here I mention also the European Battery Alliance Academy. And that brings me also to praising your outward-looking approach within this ALBATTS project, but also the DRIVES project. Well, you have successfully cooperated not only with DRIVES, in which these 2 co-panelists were heavily involved, and you have heard from Jakub, but you also had EIT Energy in the consortium, and you have heard this morning's presentation. So EIT Energy was on board. Why do I mention this? Because that led to synergies with a significant impact on EU industrial and EU skills policies, so at European level, because stakeholders who work along value chains here, SMEs, maybe as supply companies, and they are the big producers that take the products in and make the final product, and they work also on developing and implementing strategies to address the skills gap, to take care that the quality of training is also good in the supply chain, because shit in is shit out. So it must be also that the supplier has good people. And this model became the inspiration for the Pact for Skills, in fact. So, and then the pioneering work of ALBATTS inspired EIT Energy to propose the European Battery Alliance Academy. So this is another impact at European level. And this Battery Academy is now in place and is delivering based on results from ALBATTS and in cooperation with ALBATTS. Well, and the European Battery Academy has been the model for the Net Zero Industry Academies. There's the Net Zero Industry Act that proposes academies in solar, in hydrogen, in wind. So you see this grain of drives in ALBATTS, what it became a plant, a big one. And then, yes, last but not least, Blueprint Alliances here and large-scale skills partnerships under the Pact for Skills. This is a win-win situation. All large-scale skills partnership we have, you saw, we have 21 of these big ones, ecosystem-based. They all cooperate or were even established by Blueprint Alliances, all of them. And it's win-win because they can base their work as a new skills alliance directly on results that are already available, made by these Erasmus blueprints. And then on the other hand, the Blueprint Alliances, on their side, they have a wide audience to spread their results and to take care that these results are finding their application, their concrete application, in the sense as you said, in the sense as you said. So I congratulate you.
Well, Felix, that's even a better way of finishing this panel, and we thank you very much, because as I said in the beginning, the goal of this event today was very much to show how we could contribute further than just the community that was around the project, and also to the policy making, so we're really glad to hear this.
May I just, and that's not so fancy, but it came to my mind, practical point. You have heard today that we have in the contacts, in the database, hundreds of people, but due to GDPR, we cannot transfer it to ASA. So it's up to you now to re-register to ASA. It's the Pact for Skills partnership. It's the large-scale Pact for Skills partnership as I have presented. So really feel free to go on our website. It's a possibility, of course, to follow ASA if you are not a member yet. It's a possibility to become a member. It's open alliance, so very happy to do so. Unfortunately, due to the GDPR, we cannot do it directly.
So it has to be done, and one by one. It's up to you. Well, thank you all very much. I think it was really good. We still have one last participant to call for the next, not panel, but a closing remarks. But I want to thank these ones. And also, I should also say that I've already mentioned the heart, the muscles, and everything. But I should also say that the brain, the heart, and the muscles, on behalf of Opportunity on this project, is sitting there is Eutimia and Leandro. And I want to thank you, because from our side, you're all that. So thank you both, Eutimia and Leandro. Well, and I call Anders to wrap up, close this, and that's it. Thank you very much, everybody.
Yes, thank you. You could say it. I won't be long.
Over to you.
And absolutely no slides. I just want to say that we are so happy in this partnership that you already use our results, and I find them good and usable and so on. This has been a very nice project to coordinate, really, because we have had a very motivated and creative partners, I would say, and we have had quite few conflicts, if even any worth to mention, etc. We have had a good work climate, and I will thank you for your attention. And the ALBATTS project is ending now. We thank you for your words from the Commission, Felix. Thank you very much. And I could just underline what has been said with using a quote from a classic old European politician and saying concerning this ending project that this is not the end, it's not even the beginning of the end, but it may be the end of the beginning. So if we have produced some kind of platform for further development of battery and electromobility education, we are very happy over that, and I thank you for your participation and contribution, and let's continue the good work. Thank you.